Hello, everyone, and welcome to a live stream here with Advective Weather. We've gone on the air about an hour earlier than initially expected due to the tornado threat that is currently materializing across the risk zone for severe weather today. So we've kind of had things escalate a bit and do so a bit earlier than we initially anticipated. So we are here and ready to go a little bit early. We should have a bit more than just me here in a minute. However, as of now, it's just going to be me. So you'll have to deal with me for a bit. However, I'm sure relatively soon um, there will be more people here as well. So this is the current plan. We'll see how things go here. But a significant tornadic episode currently appears likely across the southern United States. So that's what we're going to be taking a look at here, and we'll see how exactly this does end up going. Um, Here we go. This should be a bit better now. There we go. And sorry, I'm just reconfiguring the way that the text stuff works here. So bear with me for just a moment since we don't have too terribly much going on. Now is a better time to take care of this than later when this is ongoing in what I think will be far more robust and serious fashion. So that's the current plan here. This is sliding awfully quickly though. We're going to turn this off for now. Not worry about it, but yeah, it'll be fixed by the next stream. We do have a new tornado warning. It's just gone into place, so let's talk about it, and then we'll talk about what's currently going on across the basically across the warm sector, across the region where severe weather is expected today. So we have a brand new tornado warning. It's just come out. This is from the National Weather Service in Shreveport for central Harrison County until 5:30 p.m. This is for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. It's radar indicated, so there's no confirmation, but there's a possibility of a tornado here, and this storm looks pretty good. This is heading towards Marshall. So if you're in Marshall, Texas, right there along the Louisiana-Texas border, there in Harrison County, that's the major city it's going to get impacted here. So you've got about half an hour until the Weather Service expects this to be a direct hit from this tornado. So again, if you're in Nesbitt or Scottsville or Darko, you're also within this warning. And again, that's a radar indicated tornado warning with 1-inch hail. We have another new tornado warning that's also just gone into place there. That's just north of the previous one. This one is also radar indicated. But this is for central Marion and south central Cass counties in Texas. So this one just to the north. So places like the city of Jefferson, from that mini supercell Linden, up State Route 59. That's where this is. So this is until 5:30 p.m. Again, this is radar indicated. It's not confirmed. This is going to be around Jefferson, Beera, around 5:05. So this is nearly right on top of you. You need to be in your safe place now. And then Lodi at around 5:25. Kildare around 5:30. So that's what's currently going on here. And you can see the rather significant nature of this event as we continue to get tornado warnings coming in. We currently have 5 tornado warnings in place. We could have more than that here in short order. But that's what we currently have. Other places like Fairview, Pruitt, also within this tornado warning. So you need to get to your safe place now. That safe place looks like the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. Bathroom, closet, something like that. We're going to want to stay out of mobile homes, out of vehicles, and if you're on the road, you want to get off the road to a sturdy shelter. There can be a gas station, somewhere like that. Get into the bathroom, get into the back of the store. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and get to the lowest level that you can. Reason for that, these storms are going to be escalating quickly today. There's a real possibility that some of these storms end up producing stronger tornadoes, those kind of more large tornadoes, the kind of tornadoes that you see in the plains, like the ones that make the news, those big, large, violent tornadoes. Those are possible today. Are they likely? Not exactly. There's a bit of uncertainty, but are they possible? Most certainly. So we're going to continue to monitor this with time. with me now, who's just joined us, is Kay. Welcome to the stream. We have a lot going on right now. 5 tornado warnings currently in place associated with this rather serious situation unfolding. And it looks like these cells here in this bunch near the Texas-Louisiana border are starting to take off a little bit. What are your thoughts?
The environment will be quickly used up, conditions will become less favorable, and the storms will die out in an hour or so. Or it could be the start of something worse to come as we head later into the evening. There appears to be some sort of issue preventing them from going straight to full-on strong tornadoes at the moment, because they are rotating in surface base, but they're struggling to put anything down for more than a couple of minutes at a time, which is good. Although I am watching a live stream of what appears to be a multi-vortex tornado on the storm, which has lost its tornado warning recently.
Oh, goodness gracious. That is a large tornado up there. Yeah, that is north of Winnsboro. I see what you're talking about now. They're going to have to warn that here soon. That is a large, strong tornado. Let's talk about that now in a bit more detail here. So, this is not warned. Again, this is not a warned storm, but there is likely a tornado associated with this storm here. Actually, we can say there is. We're watching a stream right now. Brad Arnold is the storm chaser who has this. If you want to see it yourself, he's the person who has this. But that is a big tornado on the ground. So this severe thunderstorm warning is the one with the tornado on it until 5:45. So if you are in Franklin, Titus, or Red River counties in northeastern Texas, you are not under a tornado warning right now, but there is a confirmed multi-vortex dangerous tornado likely on the ground. This is heading towards Clarksville, Hogansport, Bogota, Cowell, places like that. And yeah, this is just overall a dangerous situation that's unfolding right now. So this storm, again, it's heading towards places like Johntown, Taco, and the tornado is crossing Highway 37 near Hogansport, just south of Hogansport. And again, it's going to be crossing State Route 271 between Johntown and Talco, likely here relatively shortly, before heading towards Cutland and Maple, Pine Branch, places like that, as it continues its northward movement. So best guesses here, again, it's going to be crossing Highway 37, then it's going to be crossing 71, Route 71, and it's going to cross State Route 271. So is a dangerous storm, likely with a tornado on the ground. It's not the only one I want to focus on because there's a possibility that the storms without spotters on them, the littler cells here to the south that actually look more impressive on the radar, also have tornadoes on the ground. So I want to focus on all of these, especially the storm here just south of Barra. This has a very impressive radar signature on it and a little bit of a CC drop. It's nothing too great, but there's a bit of a debris signature there. It's not in direct correlation with the velocity. There's a possibility that it's just air surging into the storm. However, that is a rather strong rotational signature. So if you are here in the tornado warning, it's for Marion and Cass counties until 5:30 p.m. You need to be in that safe place. That includes Jefferson and Barra. This is right on top of you. You need to be there right now. It's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Cody, Kildare, places like that as well. So is a dangerous situation that's unfolding for sure. And then again, that warning to the south of it for that storm heading towards Marshall, that needs to be taken seriously as well. But again, our biggest tornado right now appears to be the one heading towards Johntown and Talco at the moment, the one that is currently unwarned by the Weather Service. More information here. Another tornado warning we haven't gone over just yet. I do want to go over both of them. There are 2 tornado warnings here near Brownwood. This is within the arc of storms. So for northwestern Brown and east central Coleman counties until 5:15, we do have a tornado warning that's in place. So Bangs, you're getting hit. You've been hit about 10 minutes ago. Lake Brownwind getting hit here as well. And Lake Brownwind State Park here, you're getting hit right about now, with other places included being Thrifty. And we have another tornado warning that's in place for east central Brown County until 5:30 p.m. for a tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. That's no joke. Again, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. That's what you got to do right now. We'll see what's going on. Kay, do we have any updates on that potential multi-vortex tornado with the storm that is heading in the general direction of places like Talco and Bogota?
It seems to have lifted for the time being. This storm seems to be cycling. The environment's not quite perfect for it to put down a long tracking tornado, but if it finds that environment that enables it to put down a stronger tornado, it seems to be primed to immediately do so.
Speaking of that, that storm now has a tornado warning on it. So let's talk about it. This is for northern Franklin, northwestern Titus, and Red River counties until 5:45 p.m. They have tagged here that a weather spotter confirmed the tornado. We saw that a little bit ago. So it's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. And again, we seem to think it's lifted, although we don't know that. So you still need to be treating this very seriously. A large, damaging, dangerous tornado was on the ground not too long ago, as of about 2 minutes ago. Bogota, this will be in your doorstep around 5:15, so you don't have long here to take cover. This storm is flying. It's moving at 45 miles an hour. Clarksville and Bagwell, you're going to get hit by this around 5:35. And again, this has dropped now 2 tornadoes, and the previous one was stronger than the one before that. So these tornadoes are ramping up in intensity with time as the night goes on. But this is riding right up Highway 37. It might even intersect where 37 and State Route 271 hit there. So that's important to note as well. This is going to be basically riding up 37. So if you're in Bogota, Rise Isle, Johnstown, Pine Branch, Sherry, Alkin Grove, Peters Prairie, Fulbright, Shadowland, Rugby, McCoy, Clarksville, places like that, especially Clarksville. Bogota and Clarksville, those are the two big cities that are in this warning. You need to be getting to that safe place right now. Again, that's the lowest level sturdy building interior room. That's what that looks like. Do we have any additional updates information at the moment? If not, I want to go over some severe thunderstorm warnings we also have in place here, as we do have some that are also damaging, producing strong winds and large hail over 70 miles per hour and over the size of golf balls.
We have had a new mesoscale discussion just recently issued.
Yes, and what's it saying?
It hasn't loaded for me on the website yet.
Okay, well, let's see here if we can see it. This is concerning the most recent tornado watch. We can see if we can pull it up on my end here. So we can actually turn them on. Read text product. That is not helpful. Here we go. We'll get that up as soon as we can here. But yeah, no, new mesoscale discussion is out at this time. And yeah, it looks like we're probably going to have a new watch coming out shortly. If I had to guess, that would be what they're talking about. And we also did have a new severe thunderstorm watch that came out as well. And here it is. Risk for all severe hazards continues across Weather Watch 55. This is the tornado watch that's currently in place there, stretching all the way from around Waco, Texas, Dallas, and Tyler, all the way into Texarkana, up into Oklahoma. They're saying that a tornado watch will be needed in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas prior to 0Z. So that is that's going to happen as well. We're going to get a new tornado watch here in short order. Let's keep an eye on the current tornadic storm as well. But yeah, new tornado watch likely to be issued here relatively soon. And yeah,
Very far from the radar, but we have what appears. Oh, we have a. Is this clear air? It's hard to tell. I think we have a CC drop on the storm northwest of Jefferson.
Storm northwest of Jefferson. Let's take a look at it. This is the unwarned one?
No, this is warned.
Okay, because there's another supercell that's wrapping up and getting kind of tight there as well. Let's see. So this is
that
warned.
That is to the northeast of Jefferson.
Okay, so are you talking about the one near Beera?
That's not showing up on my thing. It's south of Linden.
South of Linden. Okay, we've just had our data shut off here. So south of Linden. Yeah, that would appear to have been a CC drop because it's scattering now. So yeah, we likely had a tornado on the ground with that storm not too long ago.
If you
Um,
go to '09, it's a definite tornado.
yes. So that was a CC drop. So we definitely had at least a brief tornado on the ground there in Iberia. We don't know that tornado could still be on the ground. We don't have spotters on it, and we're in a more rural part of Texas, so it's kind of difficult to tell. But it looks as if these tornado warning storms are in fact dropping tornadoes. Now it's just a matter of how strong they're going to manage to get because the environment is going to improve rather quickly with time. And the unfortunate thing here, and the reason why I'm worried about this, is because when it comes to our energy available in the atmosphere, there's a lot of it. And the main thing that's not that available right now is our wind shear. Our effective helicity, which is basically spin in the atmosphere, is around 200 right now. And that's decent, but not great. And it's been trending up. So once that low level jet kicks in later tonight, that's when I think we'll see our longer track tornadoes. I actually think this might be an issue with how much wind shear we have right now. Because yeah, we only have about 30 knots, surface to 3 kilometers. So I think this is actually a wind shear problem, not a energy problem, which is not good news for later this evening.
But it's definitely not an energy problem. We have 1.5 to 2,500 surface cape, which is absolutely enough for a strong to violent tornado with enough shear. But looking at the effective storm relative helicity, it's in the region of 200 to 300, which you think, okay, that's fair enough. But then you look at how much of that's in the lowest level, and it's only 100. So those numbers, you'd want them to be a bit higher. Normally, you'd want the lowest level to be 150, 200, especially with how much the deep layer shear is. The issue the storms are having at the moment is there's a lot of shear in the top of the atmosphere that's stretching it out at the higher levels, but there's not much in the lower levels. So it's struggling to focus itself at the surface because it's very rapidly being pulled up and sideways in the middle part of the storm.
That's true. We have a couple messages in chat from Lane, one of our new team members, correcting me on the pronunciation of Bogota, and make sure that like if I do pronounce something wrong, to correct me on that, because I think it is important that we do pronounce these cities correctly, that we do get the message out correctly. And also from Micah, saying good job from classmate Micah. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for watching the stream. It is much appreciated. But if anyone else has questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, whether it's weather for your location or what the future looks like or anything like that, anything weather related, we're happy to answer it at the moment.
Hey, Thomas.
Hey, Lane, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Hi, I'm not going to be here for long. I just wanted to say it's Bogota, not Bogota. It's Bogota.
It's Bogota. Okay. Thank you so much.
Bogota. Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. All right. So as we continue to take a look at the severe weather situation that is unfolding here, we do have, again, that confirmed tornado there near Bogota, Johntown now, and it does not look that good on radar at all. But again, we've seen this drop multiple impressive tornadoes, and then we have the storm that produces tornado now just north of Beera, and we do have, again, that storm approaching Marshall, Texas. So if you're within any of these tornado warnings, you need to be in your safe place right now. That storm near Marshall is tightening up, and it's tightening up quick.
However, the storm north of Jefferson appears to be falling apart a bit. It's almost as if it's been cut off by the storms and showers to its south.
Yes. However, the storm to the east of that does look to be improving a bit. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But this situation is far from over. And we also have some cells now firing off in Louisiana that could grow dangerous with time as well. So we'll see what happens here. But again, we have that confirmed tornado there near Bogota, and then to the south we have that cell that doesn't look that good on radar anymore, north of Beera, but still in the tornado warning. And then, oh my goodness, okay, we have a tightening up, rapidly tightening couplet there that is going to the east of Marshall. So this is a tornado. This is not confirmed, but it looks pretty good. So tornado and quarter-sized hail here. This is just to the east of Marshall. This warning's in effect until 5:30 p.m. But that couplet's tightening there rather rapidly. So I don't know about UK, but that storm there near Marshall, that southerly storm, looks concerning to me. It's about to cross Highway 154 before heading up towards State Route 59. So again, this is heading just east of Marshall, Texas. It's going to pass near Nesbitt as well. But this is starting to look serious. That is a tight rotation there. Those reds and greens next to each other like that normally are an indicator of strong rotation, if not a tornado. So while there's not an indication that a tornado is currently on the ground, there's definitely an indication of strong rotation, and that's what we care about there. So the fact that there's strong rotation in place, that is of importance to us. So we're going to continue to look at this as time goes on. And it does appear that a new warning of some sort has just come out. Let's see what that is. It's a new severe thunderstorm warning there for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail heading towards McAlester, Oklahoma. So we have these tornado warned storms here. We have this arc here in Oklahoma, and there it is, new tornado warning. That's what I thought I was seeing there. New tornado warning that's just come out. So let's take a look at that. That's in Oklahoma for 2-inch hail and a possible tornado. So this is a dangerous, damaging storm regardless of whether it has a tornado on the ground due to its hail potential. So that's hail up to 2 inches in diameter and a possible tornado. So if you are in eastern Choctaw County or Pushmata County in Oklahoma, please get to your safe place right now. This tornado warning is in place until 5:45. So if you're in Hugo, Fort Towson, Sawyer, Ratland, Goodland, Messer, Hugo Lake State Park, Oleta, Cloudy, Grant, Ord, Corin, Fallon, Scoble, or Apple, get to your safe place right now. That is a dangerous tornadic thunderstorm that is currently ongoing. And we will now just check and see what that looks like on radar. It's in a bit of a radar hole, so it's difficult to tell. But from a distance, that does look like it has some power to it. There's definitely some rotation there. You can see those very strong returns versus those weaker returns right next to one another like that. So while they aren't reds and greens, because we can't see them directly, and there's a hail spike on this, which makes it even harder to see, there is a possibility of a tornado, and if there's not a tornado, there's definitely some hail in here. Radar estimated hail sizes over 3 inches now. Weather Service warning for 2. So regardless of whether it's 2 inches or 3 inches, that's still rather serious. It needs to be monitored rather closely as time goes on. Again, that's damaging, dangerous hail at the very least, and the possibility of a tornado. Let's check with the cell now down there near Marshall. See what's currently going on with that. It looks like that rotation still holds strong. It looks like it's kind of derailed itself a little bit. It's not as aligned as it was. There's definitely a possibility that becomes an issue. I am going to say for the tornado warning there in Marion and Cass counties in Texas, the storm that would have prompted that warning is moving out of the area. There is virtually zero rotation on radar. And there's a much better looking storm there to the east that isn't warned right now. So I'm going to say you guys are probably in the clear. I'd still remain in your shelter for a little while longer on the northwestern side. But if you're in like Beera, Jefferson, you're in the clear here. The storm has moved out of that area. And then here we are with that hook on that new storm here heading toward McLeod. This one looks quite good, and it looks like it's kind of in an open environment. So we'll see if that one will be able to put down anything. But regardless, the situation continues to unfold. We have multiple storms that are discrete, that do not have that much interfering with their ability to remain independent. So we'll see how that goes. Kay, do we have any updates on the current situation?
Looking on the models for the next hour or two, it appears that whatever's holding the storms back is rapidly going to fade away. The environment looks much better in only half an hour or so to how it was at the most recent SPC meso-analysis update. And
I hate to interrupt you. We have a new tornado warning
Oh.
that's just gone into place. I'll let you continue here in just a moment, but I do want to talk about this new tornado warning. This is rather expansive. So this is for eastern Marion, southeastern Cass, and north central Harrison counties in Texas until 6:15 p.m. This is for a radar-indicated tornado, so not confirmed, but possible. This is with that Marshall storm. So following locations: Woodlawn is expected to be impacted in about 10 minutes, 5:35. Jefferson and Beara around 5:45. Lodi and Smithland around 5:55, with Kildare around 6:05. Those are the areas expected to be impacted by the storm. Other areas that could be impacted include Nesbitt and Pirret. You've been in a warning before, so get to that safe place. We've already gone over it. That's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. So that's going to be because you want to have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So make sure that you're in that safe place right now as this dangerous situation continues to unfold. All right, Kay, continue with the latest on that model data.
Yes, it seems that in the next hour or two, previously it seemed that conditions would deteriorate for these storms and focus along the line to the west, but it now seems that the models have picked up on what's actually happening and that conditions will continue to improve for any storms that are existing south of the warm front and ahead of the line. Strong tornadoes will be possible with any of these storms that can remain isolated with an undisrupted inflow. Something we've seen so far is that storms have been forming too close together, and before a storm fully gets going, it's been cut off by even showers to the south of it, like nothing more than that. And that small disruption is causing the storms to fall apart. Now, there's more than just that going on, because there was a storm that looked quite good near Carthage that has actually degraded in appearance somewhat as it moves north, and that's at the very south of all this. So clearly there's more to it than just shear needing to increase it. It seems like there's some sort of surface layer issue with the storms that's very difficult to resolve because we don't have accurate data for all levels of the atmosphere. But the shear is improving. The shear is not going to be an issue for much longer if it is an issue at the moment. And we'll see if this conditional environment manages to produce a strong tornado or not.
That we will. This storm here near McLeod right now, its rotation, we can't really see it all that well because of velocity aliasing problems, but there is a hook that is forming on that. And that storm near Marshall, despite its appearance not looking fantastic on reflectivity, its velocity is tightening. So I would not be shocked if that's a tornado that's on the ground. And again, that's for that warning in Marion, Cass, and Harrison counties until 6:15 p.m. So if you're within that warning, this storm looks like it is wrapping up. It looks like it is organizing. So make sure that you're in that safe place. This storm is about to cross State Route 59. It's going to cross very close to Woodlawn and Pope City. Woodlawn and Pope City there. So if you're in Woodlawn, Pope City there in Texas, please get to that safe place. If you're in Jefferson, it's time to get to that safe place. Smithland, Gritsmain, Payne, Lodi, Prospect, Hale, any areas like that. Make sure that you are in that safe place as these storms continue their march up to the north. So that dangerous situation remains in place. There is, again, that's some rather robust rotation just to the north of Nesbitt here, heading in the general direction of Jefferson.
Some good news is that the storm that produced a couple of confirmed tornadoes near Mount Vernon is now evaporating rapidly, per Brett Adair, who has posted a photo of a very pretty storm, but one that definitely won't be producing tornadoes in the near future. Something's cut it off, it's lost its surface inflow, and it's dying out, which is interesting to see, given that there's nothing to the south of it. perhaps meso-analysis isn't picking up on the surface conditions properly.
That's my suspicion, because the mesoanalysis uses the rapid refresh model as its base and then takes observations and puts them into it. And it looks like the models kind of have what's going on here wrong. So
The HRRR was showing a surface inversion in the very lowest layer that destroyed the surface lapse rates, while convective inhibition remained quite low.
Yeah, so we'll see what ends up happening there. But basically what we're saying is conditions look like they're kind of shifting a bit as the storms continue. We're not 100% sure what they look like because our observations aren't the greatest here. But what I can say is that storm near Marshall, it does look tighter. It does look now north of Marshall. That storm does look like it's tightening up. It looks like it is getting more dangerous. So please make sure that if you are within that tornado warning there, near Woodlawn, this thing's almost right over you. In Pope City, this thing's nearly right over you. Woodlawn's right about here. Pope City's right about here. This thing's very close to you. So make sure that you know where that safe place is and you're getting there as well, because I could see this dropping a tornado at any moment now, given the improvements in structure that I'm seeing with time here.
Have you gone over the newly issued severe thunderstorm watch for Austin and San Antonio?
I've not. Go for it. Or would you like me to? I can pull it up here. I have it.
That'd be appreciated.
Okay, so there's a new severe thunderstorm watch that's just gone into place, and again, as Kay said, that's for the Austin and San Antonio areas. This is until 10 p.m. And this is for the following counties here, all of them in Texas. Let me just make sure here. Okay, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in Bandera, Bastrop, Bexar, Blanco, Brunette, these are all counties. Cadwell, Comal, DeWitt, Fayette, Gillespie, Gonzales, Guadalupe, Hayes, Carnes, Kendall, Kerr, Lavaca, Lee, Llano, Travis, Williamson, or Wilson counties. You're in a severe thunderstorm watch here until 10 p.m. The Storm Prediction Center, again, that's for South Central and Central Texas, where that watch is. Again, it's until 10 p.m. So they're saying scattered large hail is likely, with isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter being a possibility. They're also noting that there are scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour likely. They're also noting the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. And again, that watch is until 10 p.m. tonight. We can go over watch probabilities here real quick. Let me get those. And so they're saying the following here. The probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 20%. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 10%. Probability of 10 or more severe wind events is 60%. The probability of 1 or more hurricane force or higher wind events is 20%. The probability of 10 or more severe hail events is 60%. The probability of 1 or more hail events greater or equal to 2 inches is 50%. And the probability of 6 or more combined severe hail and wind events is 90%. Again, they're saying here that the maximum hail, 3 inches, maximum wind, 70 miles an hour. Yeah, that's what they're currently looking at this time. So that's what we're seeing with the new watch that is currently in place. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say there. Kay, do you have any additional insights, information in regards to that watch?
Not in regards to that watch, but Brian Empfinger has just shared some footage to social media of the tornado that we suspected was happening south of Linden. He's now confirmed it. Appears to have been a slender rope that tracked across a rural area, from what I can see in this image, before lifting. So, doesn't appear to have impacted many, if any, people. Doesn't appear to have been that strong or down for too long, but it's certainly pretty to look at from a distance. Hopefully the rest of the tornadoes for the next couple of hours stay that way.
All right, hopefully so. I'm going to leave for just a moment. I will be right back. I'll have the radar put up, but Kay, if you can take the helm for just a moment, that would be fantastic.
Certainly.
All right, thank you so much.
So, we currently have 4 tornado warnings in place, 2 in Oklahoma for the same storm, 2 in Texas for 2 different storms. One of them is due to expire in a few minutes, and that's for that storm that previously produced tornadoes but has now died, reporting according to Chaser reports. These 2 tornado report warnings in Oklahoma are just north of the Red River for Sawyer, Fort Towson, Swink, Rattan, and points east of Rattan. Hope I'm pronouncing those right. There's a very large hail core with this storm. Hail up to potentially in excess of 2 inches is likely. And both of those warnings due to expire in 9 minutes, so we might see an extension or a replacement with a severe thunderstorm warning in not too much time. North of that, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny hail. Severe 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail for the storm to the north of that. That is the farthest north severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Severe thunderstorm warning due to expire in short order for Talco, again for that same storm that has now likely dissipated. There is a new storm developing north of DeKalb. We'll see if that gets warned in the near future. Doesn't appear to have a particularly strong rotational signature on radar at the moment. And we have this 1 tornado warning for the storm north of Marshall that looked decent at one point, but it now appears to be weakening and breaking apart again. Improving signature still for the storm south of Atlanta, Texas, that is not warned, but aliasing issues, struggling to tell if there's something going on with the velocity. Looks decent on radar, but all of these storms appear to be struggling. Looking at the environment for these storms out ahead of the line, the low-level lapse rates are indeed quite low, as I suspected from the models. Looking at meso-analysis, they are 6 at best. You want them to be 6.5 or greater for typically for most strong tornado events in moderate shear, which is what we have. Until the shear is absolutely screaming, storms will struggle to get going in these quite modest low-level lapse rates, and the farther south you go, the poorer the lapse rates are. That's why there are no storms in the southern part of the risk. Lapse rates are 5 or even below 5, which is too low for a tornado. Indeed, for supercells it seems, because there isn't that much elevated instability, which is why all the big hailstorms have been along the warm front, where there's more forcing and localized shear. But we do have the best conditions and very strong forcing with the line out west. A large number of severe thunderstorm warnings are in place, particularly at the southern parts of this line where that severe thunderstorm watch is issued. We're going to have a look at a couple of these now. Warning out ahead of the line for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Considerable damage threat. All of this radar indicated. That's for Llano, Babyhead, Castell. Same threat for Cherokee in a different warning. And these warnings come to just north of Fredericksburg for 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. There is a region without warning north of Cherokee, south of Comanche, that I expect will be warned in short order. But there is a warning for Comanche and Gustine for 60-mile-an-hour winds, a gap again, and then we have some warnings in the Fort Worth and Denton area that we're moving into the Dallas side of the Fort Worth Metroplex in short order. But a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Fort Worth. This is a destructive storm for Fort Worth. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts are expected to move into the Fort Worth metro area in short order. You do not want to be outside when this dangerous line of storms moves through. That wind can easily cause flying debris, which will pose a threat to anyone or any animals, pets outside. To the north of that, we have a warning for Denton and Louisville and surrounding areas. That's much weaker, only 60-mile-an-hour winds at this time. But but a warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds for the Fort Worth metro area. Hail less than 3/4, so almost entirely a wind threat at this time. When the line approaches, you do not want to be outside. It's just along Aledo and Reno right now. Next places to be impacted will be Pecan Acres, Eagle Mountain, Lakeside, Lake Worth, Benbrook. Anyone in the Fort Worth area should be moving to their safe place immediately, but particularly people on the western side of the metro area need to be in their safe place now. This is a dangerous storm. It appears to be the strongest part of the line at this time. Unfortunate that it's moving through. I think this is the most heavily populated part of Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And unfortunately, the strongest part of the line is moving directly into this region. It may weaken before it gets all the way through, so Dallas, you want to wait and see what the warning is issued for your location in half an hour or so. But for this time, please get to shelter in the Fort Worth and Arlington metro areas. And of course, try to stay inside until the line has passed you wherever you are, whether you have a warning or not. Going down to the southern part of the line again. Waiting for it to load on my end. Apologies. That radar doesn't seem to be particularly happy. Let's see if I can jig it a bit. There we go. Okay. Southern part of the line is currently northwest of San Antonio, moving towards Fredericksburg. Appears to be a sizable hail core, and that I expect they'll issue a warning expansion in short order to include Fredericksburg. There is potential for the line to extend farther south. The storms have moved out of the severe thunderstorm warnings, so they must be below severe limits according to National Weather Service San Antonio. But this line's southern end is roughly around Kerrville, Campwood, Vanderpool, Rock Springs. But Fredericksburg seems to be the southern end receiving severe impacts at this time. And from that point north, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up into Oklahoma. And then there's a bit of a radar dead zone. And we have some tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in southeast Oklahoma from McAllister to the Red River at Fort Towson. Check these warnings, see if anything's been updated. Appears to be 60 mile an hour for all of them still. Yep, 60 mile an hour for all of them. A lot of these are about to expire. We're about to lose 3 of our 4 tornado warnings and 2 of the 4 severe thunderstorm warnings for this part of Texas and Oklahoma. The only severe thunderstorm warning which is not expiring in the imminent future is for that storm that was near Marshall, now over Jefferson. And as the storm's got to Jefferson, it appears to have weakened quite substantially. Now, the storm north of that still looks very good on reflectivity, and maybe producing some hail in the near future as it moves towards Atlanta and Bloomberg. We've now had a tornado warning extension for the large supercell over Fort Towson. This is for radar-indicated tornado and hail up to or in excess of 2 inches. So the 2-inch hail threat continues. Tornado is possible with this storm. That's for Valiant, Wright City, up to just west of Smithville, Oklahoma, north of Broken Bow and Idabel.
All right. Well, Kay, thank you so much for your excellent coverage thus far. I am back, and thank you guys for sticking with us as time goes on. Excellent coverage there. We also now have Rishi here, who is ready to go. Rishi, I know that you've been watching this situation closely as well, as we've had numerous supercells that have fired up, and they've looked like they're going to produce something, and then they don't. And that's been good news so far. The storm that was near Marshall, now near Jefferson, also falling apart, but one organizing to its north. So not 100% sure what exactly is going on there, but regardless of that, Rishi, what are your thoughts on the situation so far as this arc of storms continues to make its march across Texas?
Well, I'm definitely very thankful that the tornado threat hasn't really materialized to a very extensive degree. We have had this moderate for 2 days now. It was 15% significant at one point. It got downgraded to a 10% earlier today. I definitely do think that was the right call given the way the trends have gone so far. But I definitely was not expecting this little, I guess, outbreak of mini supercells here in the ArkLaTex area. So definitely has been a bit of a surprise there. We've got a couple little tornadoes out of that as well. But overall, the tornado threat I definitely think is pretty much on par with what we could expect from this event. The wind and hail threat though definitely has been verifying quite nicely. I think the SBC did make the right call on having their 45% significance for both wind and hail today. So overall, I think the event has been kind of parsing out exactly how we expected it to. We just have to hope that that trend continues for the rest of the event as these supercells continue to try to get themselves going here in the ArkLaTex.
Certainly, I can agree with you there. I know it was gone over, but I would like to go over it again. If you are in Fort Worth right now, you are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That means the National Weather Service has deemed this storm capable of causing extremely dangerous conditions and causing particularly destructive hazards. So, in particular, here, this is for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, if you are in Tarrant County, including White Settlement, Benbrook, or Fort Worth, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this. This is very dangerous. So if you're in Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Mansfield, Euless, Bedford, Grapevine, Hallam City, Keller, Coppell, Hearst, Burleston, South Lake, Watauga, Colleyville, Benbrook, Saginaw, White Settlement, Crowley, or Forest Hill, it's time to get to that safe place. You need to take shelter immediately here inside of a sturdy shelter and stay away from windows. You don't want to wait for thunder, lightning, anything like that. We're getting towards nightfall. It's going to be hard to see these sometimes. So it's time to get to shelter. It's time to get indoors. It's time to stay away from windows. I don't even think it'd be a terrible idea to treat this kind of like a tornado warning, given how strong the winds could be. They could be as strong as a weak tornado. So if you're in Fort Worth or anywhere in the Fort Worth Metroplex, you need to be getting to your safe place now. And if you're in Dallas, now's the time to start doing things like bringing in your lawn furniture, putting your cars in your garages, things like that, preparing for the storm. You're not in a warning right now, but as soon as you are, that's when it's time to get to shelter. You don't want to be doing stuff like being outside, moving your lawn furniture while you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm fairly certain you're going to be under one here within the next half hour or so. So now's the time to start preparing for the storm if you're in the Dallas Metroplex. But if you're in Fort Worth, it's already too late to start preparing. It's time to take action.
Something I do want to point out on the eastern side of things, we did get a new tornado watch put out for portions of Arkansas and Louisiana. I'm just going to go over it really quick here. It is in effect until midnight central. A few tornadoes are likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour are likely. And scattered large hail is likely with isolated very large hail events, possibly up to or in excess of 2.5 inches are possible. This is for supercells and Boeing thunderstorm clusters. Again, this is for all threats are possible here. It's for pretty much the entire southern half of Arkansas and a little bit of northern Louisiana. So if you are in those areas, you are now under a tornado watch. And again, that's in effect until midnight in local time.
Yep, that's the new watch. And again, the Weather Service making it clear that this could be substantial with up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter, being the claims there. And they do have a 50-50 shot of a strong tornado, EF2 plus, occurring within this region. So this is no joke. This needs to be taken seriously. And again, that tornado watch, that's in place until midnight, I believe, correct? Yes, midnight.
That is correct. Midnight Central.
Midnight Central. All right. New severe thunderstorm warnings just gone into effect. This is on the southern end of the line for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail. For some reason, I'm not able to get the text product. There we go. I just got it. This is for central San Saba County and west central Texas until 6:15 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So this is going to hit Bend here in short order. But we have this arc of storms all the way from just north of Kerrsville and Interstate 10 with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the southern end of that and some significant hail, it looks like, too. And that stretches all the way north to, again, north of Fort Worth there, places like Denton and Decatur. So that's rather substantial. Let's take a look at what's going on here on the southern end of this line, because that does look rather strong. Like there's the possibility of some larger hail going on there as well. And feel free to break in, guys, if there's any new information. It does appear that we did just get a brand new tornado warning, so we're going to head over to that. And yes, this is a tornado warning that is in place for a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. This is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado here that is in southeast Shreveport. So this is in the Shreveport metro right now. If you're in Shreveport, it's time to get to that safe place. There's a tornado on the ground heading into Shreveport, Louisiana. But this is a damaging, dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. This tornado warning is in effect for west central Webster, central Caddo, and central Bossier parishes until 5:30 p.m. And again, that is a confirmed tornado that is near Shreveport at this time. We're going to take a look at the Doppler radar there so we can get a closer look at this. But again, that is a tornado on the ground near Shreveport, Louisiana, with what looks like an absolute mess of a storm right now. You can't even see it that well on radar either. But apparently, there's a weather spotter confirmation of a tornado, and I almost think I see it there. A bit of a CC drop, but it's very difficult to tell because the radar is very hard to read. But again, it's a confirmed tornado on the ground near Shreveport, Louisiana, heading towards Bossier City, Hongton, places like that, Cotton Valley. So this is going to be crossing Route 220 here shortly, and then Route 20 as well as it moves northward. I think it's near Valere, but I can't tell. Again, the radar's hard to read from here. So if you're in like Barksdale Air Force Base, points north there near Princeton, Leslie, Bellevue, Cotton Valley, again, you need to be in your safe place right now as a confirmed damaging, dangerous tornado is on the ground. The team, do we have any additional information on that?
Computer decided to throw a fit. Didn't like a tornado in Shreveport.
I guess not. Well, we're back on the air now, so let's continue with this. We apologize about that. There was a few technical difficulties that just happened on my end. The computer just decided to shut off there briefly, so we're back, hopefully ready for more. But there we go. So, damaging, dangerous tornado on the ground there near Shreveport, Louisiana. And again, that's kind of difficult to read on radar at the moment due to just how close it is to Shreveport. However, you can see a bit of rotation there, and I can't really tell what's going on with if there's a debris signature there or what, but there is a tornado on the ground.
It almost seems like this storm's falling apart, but it could just be the radar.
It could. We'll see. Again, there's that sustained storm there near Bloomberg that's been going for a while as well. Let's check back in on Fort Worth here. Fort Worth in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So again, that's for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nothing there for hail. Exclusively driven by radar. And if there's anyone in the chat and you guys can hear us and see us and everything, please let us know and just make sure that we are back on the air and we are in fact talking to you. It looks like on our end everything's okay, but want to make sure that we are on the air. So let us know if we're here. Let us know if you can see us and hear us, and we're going to continue to cover this with time here. So we have 3 different tornado warned storms now, 4 tornado warnings. Let's go over all of them. We'll start back here with the storm up in Oklahoma. So that has 2 tornado warnings in place with it, with 2-inch hail. We have the one for northeastern Choctaw County, and that expires here in about 15 minutes time. And that is for Fort Towson, Sawyer, Raymond, Gray State Park, and Swink at this time. And we do have a new tornado warning. It's just come out in the past minute. This is a new tornado warning with a rather robust storm there that is heading towards and does include Texarkana. That's what that robust cell that I was just talking about, and said I was kind of surprised there wasn't a warning on. There's now a tornado warning on that cell there, and that is heading between the Texas and Louisiana state lines. So this storm is moving at 50 miles per hour, and this tornado warning is in place for Miller, Lafayette counties in Arkansas, and then Cass and Bowie counties in Texas. This is in place until 6:30 p.m. With the storm being around Folk around 6:05, Genoa around 6:10, and Maidenville around 6:20. So tornado shelter options look like as follows. That is going to be lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, things of that nature. So again, you want to be getting to shelter right now, as a tornado is just north of Bloomberg at this time, heading in the general direction of Genoa, Folk, and Texarkana is included in this warning. This storm looks really robust here, so we'll see what continues to happen with it. But again, that's a new tornado warning that's just gone into effect for that storm crossing the Texas-Louisiana border. Texarkana just barely within it. You still want to be getting to that safe place. We have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued as well for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that is for southeast Denton County, including Flower Mound and Louisville. So that is north of Fort Worth. And again, that's a destructive warning that's been put into place there. That wording by the Weather Service, just due to the sheer magnitude of the wind speeds here that are occurring. So now basically there are destructive severe thunderstorm warnings kind of surrounding, on the western side, Dallas. So Fort Worth, you need to be in that safe place already. Dallas, you should be preparing right now, because you're gonna get whacked with what looks to be some pretty strong straight line winds as this line moves through. Its conditions should only grow more favorable with time for those substantiated storms to continue their march off to the east. So to the team, do we have any updates, questions, comments, concerns, anything like that? And I can say the same thing to the chat. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please ask them. We'll be more than glad to answer.
Well, this once again appears to be a day where radar is deceiving, because we've had storms that look like nothing produce tornadoes, and storms that look really good do absolutely nothing. I can tell you that the rather weird-looking blob to the west of El Dorado actually is a well-defined, albeit elevated supercell with a rotating wall cloud moving towards Norphlet. We actually had several supercells in this area yesterday that looked like almost nothing on radar, but came close to producing a tornado touchdown. Hopefully, these storms remain elevated at the moment, but it's incredible to see almost nothing on radar and a very well-defined storm in the chaser photos.
Yeah, that's why those chasers are so important. Those guys are doing great work down there, and we have some chasers that look like are going to be coming on to our team here relatively soon. So stay tuned for that. We'll probably be able to have footage on the ground relatively soon. And there it is. As this moves away, you can see more clearly the mini supercell there that prompted the tornado warning near Shreveport. It's a tiny supercell there near Red Chute, Brownlee at the moment, but that's apparently what produced it. It's very small. Very small.
Thomas, to actually slight correction, the signature next to Red Chute is not the one that produced. It's actually the one to the northwest of that.
It's the one near Brownlee.
Yep, it passed over, what the heck was the town name? Bossier City, and it went due north from there. So it's I'm guessing where the circulation is where their higher velocity value is, but I don't know. It might have been a split or something.
The left split? Huh.
I think it likely put down a tornado and then split, because it looked like it was one storm at first, and now we have two.
Yeah, so
There's also a very small supercell to the southeast of Shreveport over open country at the moment, moving in the general direction of Horton and Doyleen. We'll monitor it and see if it strengthens. Hopefully a tornado warning will be issued if it looks to be capable of producing a tornado. But I think Shreveport National Weather Service will have their eye on this area after that observation so close to their base. Tornado warning is now in effect for that storm we've been monitoring for some time, that was first near Uncertain, of all places, has moved through Bloomberg and is
Yep.
now tornado warned as it crosses into Arkansas. And
Yep.
that does include the southeastern and eastern part of Texarkana.
Yep, and there's a bit of a CC drop, but it's difficult to tell whether it's inflow or not because there is some reflectivity return, but it's not very strong and almost a bounded weak echo region kind of thing. So it's difficult to tell whether that's a tornado on the ground or not. But regardless, it should be treated as such. So again, if you're in Miller, Lafayette, Cass, or Bowie counties, I should say, there in Arkansas and Texas respectively, you're in a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. So again, Fook, you're going to get this around 6:05, Genoa around 6:10, and Maidenville, or Mandeville is what I should be saying, I think, around 6:20. So dangerous situation continues to unfold there, and it looks like we do have, again, those three main cells now that we're watching that could produce dangerous tornadoes at some point, but it looks like the environment is just not able to sustain these storms very well. However, this storm moving into Arkansas, it is improving, and it's improving rapidly. And still difficult to tell what's going on there. But I think we have a tornado debris signature in the storm there. Yeah, I think we have a TDS now with the storm there that's south of Texarkana. I'm still not going to call it for sure. I'm not a professional, and the Weather Service hasn't confirmed it yet, but that looks pretty good to me. So if you are there north of Bloomberg, south of Texarkana, in that tornado warning there that's in place for Miller, Lafayette, Cass, and Bowie counties, you need to be in a safe place. We likely have a tornado on the ground now with this cell that is rather rapidly improving now. With time. We do have a storm spotter in Texarkana. That would be Brett Adair. So we'll be continuing to keep you posted as Brett moves into Texarkana with what's going on. He's moving towards this storm, and we'll be able to keep you posted. Unfortunately, we can't show the footage on here, but we can tell you what's going on as time does go on. But yeah, that cell is organizing rather rapidly. Back to this long line of severe storms. I do want to talk about it for a little bit. I know it's not on the top of everyone's mind because we have these tornado warnings, but this is a potent line. This is a very potent line, and I want to talk about it. Starting on the very southern end there, north of Kerrville, there's a severe thunderstorm warning there for Gillespie County until 6:45 p.m. That's for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have another one there that's for Gillespie and Llano counties until 6:30 p.m. Also for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have a third warning in place for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for it'd be again Gillespie and Llano counties. Very strange overlaps there with some of these. And then we have our 60-mile-per-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warnings, which include a warning in place until 6:15 p.m. for northeastern Mason and southern San Saba counties. And again, that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but also quarter-sized hail. Another one there in place for San Saba County. Another one in place there for Lempas County. Another severe thunderstorm warning in place for Millis County. These are all for individual counties. I don't understand it. Another one for Comminges County. Yeah, these are all just for individual counties. They're issuing single county severe thunderstorm warnings. In Hamilton County until 6:45, again for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then our final 60-mile-per-hour wind gust counties are Somel, Erath, and Hood counties until 6:45 p.m. Then we move into our considerable and destructive thunderstorm warnings on the northern end of this line. So we start on the northern side with Johnson County until 7:15, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then in the Fort Worth, this is the one that includes Fort Worth, that's Tarrant County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 p.m. for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those are destructive. This thing is bearing down on Fort Worth right now. It might even be over Fort Worth. So they're getting the worst of this as we speak. Another destructive severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of that. That thunderstorm warning is in place for southern Denton County until 6:30 with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there in place for Denton County until 6:30 p.m. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with that. So this is a potent arc of storms, and it's also quite long in length. So that's certainly of concern. We're continuing to monitor the tornado warnings that are also in place, and it looks like our storm here that's to the north, it's moving towards Texarkana, continues to organize rather rapidly. I'd like to note here also a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just come out. We're going to talk about this right now, and then we'll head back to that. A new severe thunderstorm warning's just gone into place. This includes Dallas. So it's Collin and Dallas counties. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 p.m. Weather Service saying, and I quote, "These are destructive storms with tornado-like wind speeds, and they are citing winds up to 80 miles per hour possible with this." So if you're in Dallas, Plano, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, McKinney, Carrollton, Frisco, Richardson, Allen, Rowlett, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Weil, Coppell, Duncanville, Lancaster, Farmers Branch, or Blanche Springs, you need to be in your safe place. This is a tornado-like storm. These are very strong winds, so you're getting absolutely hammered right now. So is Fort Worth. So Fort Worth is getting the storm right now. Dallas is going to be getting it soon, and there it is. That is a robust tornado possible there as well, just to the west of Fook at the moment. That is a robust thunderstorm there as well. So we have a lot to monitor here. Again, we have destructive storms moving through Dallas-Fort Worth, and we have numerous tornado-warned storms here, 3 of them. One there in southern Oklahoma impacting Wright City right now, and that is for northern McCurtain County. We have another tornado-warned storm there for Miller, Lafayette, Cass, and Bowie Counties until 6:30 p.m. And then that final storm, again, they're still saying this is a confirmed tornado, and they have a weather spotter on it. So that's the only way that we know. Well, now they're saying it's radar indicated with a history of producing tornadoes. And that warning is in effect for Webster and Caddo and Bosser counties. So dangerous situations unfolding across the board. The arc of storms producing a dangerous situation, those discrete supercells as well. Just a bit different on what the hazards are exactly, but the actions are not all that different. To the team, do we have any thoughts?
None major. You did cover one of the points I wanted to bring up, that being the downgrade of the confirmed tornadoes to radar indicated. But I do want to point out for these destructive storms rolling into the Dallas-Fort Worth area and McKinney, I am also having a look at the terminal of radars for TDAL and TDFW. They are both picking up 80. Some pixels are even reading 90 miles per hour, and these are only a couple hundred feet off the ground. For example, there's a pixel here from TDFW at only about 400 feet up above Shady Soars. So these warnings are not put out for no reason. They are there. The high winds are occurring. It's very likely that the winds at the surface are approaching 80, possibly even exceeding 80 miles an hour by a little bit. So definitely make sure that you are staying in shelter if you are in shelter, and if you are not yet, you should probably move there with due haste.
Agreed. We're going to have a brand new severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma at top of the next hour. So be sure to stay tuned for that. If you're ahead of this, they're going to be giving you the latest on what exactly is going on what you can expect as the night goes on. So we'll go over that when it comes out. But as of now, again, that is a robust line of storms there, stretching all the way from Kerrville up to the north, just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. And again, we do have those tornado-warned storms there as well. That one near Texarkana is really catching my eye here. Is one that could end up being more concerning. We'll see. Very, very strong inflow, it looks like, heading into it. Raw velocity ratings of over 120 miles per hour, 130 miles per hour when it comes to the inflow moving into this. And the storm relative inflow, still robust at over 70 miles an hour. So this thing could produce something. It doesn't look like it currently is. We don't know that for sure. We don't have a spotter on it. It doesn't look like it currently is. but it most certainly could be. But again, like we said, storm spotter Brett Adair is moving into the storm right now, so we might be able to see something from him relatively soon. Let's track these storms here, moving through Fort Worth, heading toward Dallas. Fort Worth, you're getting hit right now, and I'd say that if you're in Fort Worth, you have about 30 minutes or so before this is over you. So I'd say by 6:45-ish, that's when your time's up there in Dallas. Fort Worth getting hit now. Dallas, you have until 6:45 at this time before it looks like things could really get bad for you. But you should be finished preparing now for this storm. You should already be in your safe place. If you're anywhere in the Dallas metro, it's time to be in your safe place. It's just the way things are tonight. Again, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those are no joke. That's equivalent to a weak tornado. So we need to be taking that rather seriously. Interestingly enough, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning there on the southern end of this line for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That includes Marble Falls in Texas. That includes Blanco, Gillespie, Plano, and Burnt counties until 7:15 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. All right, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer them as time goes on. But again, dangerous situation continuing to unfold across the Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma states, and the state of Arkansas is just now starting to get in on this. So this dangerous situation will continue to unfold. If this is what we're getting now, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about what that means when the wind shear really starts ramping up here. I think pretty shortly. And my goodness, that storm there near Texarkana heading towards Genoa just continues to look really robust. If you're near Genoa right now, it's really time to hunker down. This thing could drop something big. I don't know about the rest of the team, but I think if we're going to have a big cell, at least right now, the one near Texarkana is the one to watch. This one looks like it could get big to me.
It's certainly one to watch, but it's flirting with the surface warm front, and if it hasn't crossed it yet, it will in short order. Models are showing that the environment has really deteriorated outside of Texas with, I'm not sure whether it's outflow from previous severe thunderstorms or if the warm front has shifted south a bit, but it shows a major surface inversion, convective inhibition to the point where nothing should be firing, and Cape below 500 despite dew points in the low to mid 60s.
Yeah, observations for this have been rather finicky, but yeah, I mean, if this storm's going to do something, it has to do it soon. It has... Oh, goodness. How long does it have? Let's see. I'd say it has about an hour left before it really moves past the warm front. That's when it moves out of that 1,000 joules per kilogram-ish region, assuming that doesn't change here soon. It should be noted that thermal dynamics are overperforming a bit compared to what the rapid refresh raw says. So model data still has the environment being a bit less robust than it actually is, but not by much now. That tornado warning has now been confirmed. The one there near Texarkana and Genoa, a public confirmed tornado on the ground at this now. So this is in place for Miller, northwestern Lafayette, and east central Bowie counties. And this is in place for Maidenville. That's the big city here. And again, that is a confirmed tornado by the general public with a storm that looks to be wrapping up rather rapidly here. All indications showing a strengthening storm that could quickly become a serious situation. If you're in Texarkana, it's time to get to your safe place if you haven't already. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Genoa, you need to be in your safe place. Maidenville, you need to be in your safe place here. And Brett Adair is right on top of this. So we're going to see here. It looks like there is something there. Yeah, there is a tornado, it appears, or at least a very low-hanging cloud. with that storm. But it looks like that's actually some pretty gunning inflow there. So looks like you can't really see it. But there's definitely a very strong area of rotation there, if not a tornado, is currently on the ground. And yeah, there it is. We can pretty clearly see that there's a condensation funnel at least. So yeah, and that thing could be big. It's behind some trees right now, so it's not that easy to see, but it looks like from the view that I'm getting right now, this could be a big one. So if you're in Genoa, it's time to get to that safe place. There could be a large, dangerous tornado heading for you. If you're in Ferguson Crossroads, you need to be in your safe place. Boyd, safe place right now. Genoa, Mount Pleasant, in your safe place. Lakewood Estates, Gertrude, Dooltree, Texarkana. If you are in these areas, now's the time. It's time to get to that safe place. To the team, do we have any additional information regarding this potentially dangerous situation that could be unfolding right now as this storm continues its march to the north?
I have nothing
much on my
more.
end.
Well, there we go. Well, again, tornado shelter, what that looks like is lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. So if you're in any tornado warning right now, again, what that means is that you want to be inside a sturdy shelter, a mobile home, a vehicle. That's not going to work. That's not good enough. Those are death traps. Those can get lifted easily. There's lots of stuff in there that can get thrown around. Most people don't get killed by getting thrown up in the air and then falling back down in a tornado. It's the debris that tears them up. So protecting yourself from flying debris is the number one priority here. So you want to be inside a sturdy shelter. You want to put as many walls between the outside and you as possible. You want to be in the lowest level of that shelter, preferably in a bathroom closet near the center of the building. From there, you want to make sure, if you can, if you have the time, bring pillows and blankets, things like that, even a bicycle helmet to protect yourself from flying debris. And as we continue to look at this, there's a very low-hanging cloud with this storm. We can't tell if it's on the ground from here, but this looks rather dangerous. So confirmation of at least a funnel cloud. Could be a tornado on the ground right now that is currently ongoing with this storm. So again, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, protecting yourself from flying debris. That's your big priority right now, if in any of these tornado warnings, but especially the one there near Texarkana. So we continue to investigate things. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's not exactly new, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning in place there in Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma, north of our tornado warning cell. That looks somewhat suspicious. That's a part of that line. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that is in place for Haskell, Latimer, and LaFour counties until 6:30 p.m. So about 10 more minutes on that warning at this time. There it is. Not much in terms of rotation there. And then again, we do have that line that's moving through Fort Worth right now, and is heading into Dallas. So Dallas, your winds are probably already picking up, but you're going to have to stay in your safe place here for the next, I'd say, up to an hour. You got about half an hour before this hits you, and then after it hits you, you want to stay in shelter for a bit. And even after the main line moves through, I'd still stay inside while you have that rain mass behind, because that could have some thunder and lightning, and of course you don't want to be caught outside in a thunderstorm. So at least stay indoors after it moves past. I don't think you need to be in your safe place after the main line moves past, but until that happens, you need to be in your safe place as that line approaches and then moves through there. And that includes places north like McKinney, Allen, Melissa, Blue Ridge, and Anna as well.
Gotta say, I'm not impressed with how this cell is looking near Texarkana anymore. Uh, it almost like it's trying to split again. It looks like it's trying to split as well, but I don't know what it's doing. It definitely does not look as healthy as it did just about 10 minutes ago. That's for sure.
No, it doesn't. Although the inflow on that thing is still screeching. So I don't think it's done yet. We'll see. But I still wouldn't be letting my guard down if I'm in Texarkana, Genoa, Maidensville, areas like that. This storm looks ominous. Again, able to see footage courtesy of Brett Adair there. So if you're in Gertrude, Lakewood Estates, this thing's heading in your direction. Rondo, again, that's near Texarkana with the storm. That's the one we're referring to. And then again, we have that little cell north of Shreveport. It dropped at the very least a brief tornado there. That does not have many signs of rotation at all. It's rather weak at this time, but there is a bit of a notch there where this could start to try and ramp up again, as it is well south of that warm front, so that should be able to remain surface-based for at least a little while longer, although that cap is going to start building back in here as the sun sets. And I think here pretty shortly our violent tornado threat at least is going to start diminishing rapidly. So at this point, it's definitely good news if these do continue to die down a bit. However, our quasi-linear convective system, or that line of storms, that looks like it's materializing pretty much exactly as forecast. And the wind threat from this does look to be pretty robust. So that's the major stuff from me. I don't know to the team if you guys have anything else to add regarding that.
No additional information at this time. The line continues to move eastwards, and severe thunderstorm warning still remains in place for McKinney, Garland, Plano, Dallas for 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. The line's just starting to move into the eastern part of Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Yep. We'll see how that ends up materializing with time. And here we are. We have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning that's just gone into place there in Oklahoma. So we're going to talk about that right now. It's a PDS tornado warning that's just gone into place there for a damaging large tornado, radar confirmed, in Oklahoma. So that's a PDS tornado warning that's just gone into place for what the National Weather Service says is a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 14 miles north of Broken Bow or 30 miles northeast of DeQueen, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is for northern McCurtain County until 6:30 p.m. So this is a radar indicated tornado, but they are saying that this is a damaging, particularly dangerous tornado. So again, that's a PDS tornado warning courtesy of the Weather Service there. 2-inch hail and a large destructive possible tornado in there. So again, that's a PDS tornado warning that's just gone into place there. Vince Welty on that storm. Let's take a look at what he has. But he's not on it. We can't really see what's going on there just yet. But again, that's a PDS tornado warning that's just come out from the National Weather Service there. So that looks like a damaging, dangerous tornado. It's just north of Wright City right now, moving north at this time. So the rotation, it looks like it could be anywhere along this, but it looks like a really strong rotation here. We can kind of center it here north of Wright City. So I would say this is going to be near Hochatown, Stevens Gap here soon, Mount Herman. This is going to be crossing Road 259 here in short order. But that is a dangerous situation unfolding there. Again, that's a PDS tornado warning in place, courtesy of the National Weather Service. So if there's any additional updates from the team, we'll take them. But yeah, that's it. A PDS tornado warning right now.
But it's really messy and hard to make anything out.
It is. It's difficult to tell what's going on. I'm not 100% sure what they're seeing because I'm not seeing it. But again, that's a PDS tornado warning that the Weather Service has opted to release there. I mean, there's some decent rotation. It's nothing to write home about.
It's difficult to tell whether the hail core between the radar and the updraft of the storm is causing. There's a very, very large CC drop, and it extends for quite some distance to the south of the storm, but it's in a very weird shape, and it almost seems like it's contamination from hail. And I'm really not sure. I wish we had someone on the ground who could take a photo of it and say what's happening.
Yeah. Well, Vince Welty's on it. I've got his stream pulled up. I'll let you know when he does make that turn so we can better see the supercell if there's anything there. But again, the Weather Service calling this a particularly dangerous situation. So if you're in Wright City, Glover, Hochatown, Bethel, Battiest, Mount Herman, or Sherwood, regardless of what we think, the Weather Service calling this a particularly dangerous situation, so you need to be in your safe place right now, as they have reason to believe that a large, potentially violent tornado is on the ground. So need to take action right now with this as this storm continues to move on through here in McCurtain County. But again, that's a particularly dangerous situation, courtesy of the National Weather Service. So there we are. That's kind of front and center. Another thing, tornado warning in place for Dallas. Dallas now in a tornado warning. So if you weren't already in your safe place due to the 80-mile-an-hour winds, you're now in a tornado warning. So it's time to do that. As this storm is moving towards you. So again, that's radar indicated tornado, southwestern Dallas County. You're in a tornado warning until 7 p.m. This storm will be near Duncanville at 6:30. It'll be near Lancaster at around 6:35. Hutchins at 6:40. Wilmer and Ferris around 6:45. Columbine around 6:50. And again, there it is, that tornado warning there in place for Dallas at this time. So there it is. We can't see that well what's going on there. It looks like there might be a bit of rotation on the very leading edge. Let's see if we can see it better from a terminal radar. To the team, do we have any information on this? I'm having a hard time seeing it from radar. What's going on here?
With which storm?
The
one in Dallas?
Yes, the tornado warning in Dallas.
I'm not entirely sure what that's for. Says it's tornado, says it's radar indicated. I'm really struggling to see anything.
I mean, I see a bit of a hook, but it's outside of the warning area.
Whatever it is, it hasn't moved into the warning yet.
No, well, on the terminal radar it has. The one right next to Dallas, so perhaps they're using that. And there's a bit of a spectrum width column on that. So yeah, I guess that would do it. But yeah, there it is, tornado warning in place, along with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place for the Dallas Metroplex. So if you're in Dallas right now, if you weren't already in your safe place, it's time to do so, as there's a possibility of a tornado here. And again, that's a tornado warning for southern Dallas County until 7 p.m. So again, it's time to be in that safe place there as this potentially high impact system moves on through. Our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is rather strange. Has it disappeared? Is it gone?
It expired.
It's just been
because
allowed
it
to
wasn't
expire.
extended, and it is now a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. I think it may have been issued in mistake. We will get some further clarification after the event, but looking on the analysis, it appears to be north of the warm front.
Yeah, it does not look
And as the model suggested, the convective inhibition, where storm development starts to become unfavorable, has pushed south of the Red River now, and virtually all of Arkansas, for the time being, is unfavorable for surface-based storms, which means that we should have a gap where surface tornadoes are unlikely, apart from in Texas, for the next several hours, and increasingly that tornado activity will become focused along the school line.
Yep. So yeah, that may have been a mistake with that warning there. Not sure what happened there, but again, that tornado warning's lifted. So if there was a large tornado on the ground, it's not anymore. But there it is, tornado warning in place there near Dallas. Again, that's the only tornado warning we currently have in place. That's in place until 7 p.m. So again, Duncanville, this is over you now. DeSoto and Lancaster, this will be on you any minute. Hutchins around 6:40. Welmer and Farish are going to be hit around 6:45, and Combine around 6:50. And again, that will expire here relatively. That'll expire here within the next half hour or so. But until then, you need to be in your safe place. And even if that is allowed to expire before its designated time, you are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning where the National Weather Service says, and I quote, there are tornado-like wind speeds within it. So regardless of whether you're in a tornado warning or not right now, you need to be in your safe place there in Dallas. It looks like the storms have moved through Fort Worth. Still gusty winds possible. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts now with the severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Worth. So Fort Worth has gotten through the worst of it. If you're in Fort Worth, you still want to be making sure that you're remaining indoors, remaining away from windows for just a bit longer, and remaining indoors for the remainder of your evening. If you're in Dallas, you need to be in that safe place. That gust front is about to move through if it's not already. You're going to be getting some very strong winds here any minute now.
A large rotating wall cloud was reported for the Texarkana storm that has had its warning expire. But whether it's able to get to the surface with the increasingly unfavorable environment for surface-based storms remains to be seen. I don't think it's particularly likely. In fact, we may have seen all the tornado activity from discrete supercells that we're going to have today. It's entirely possible we could have a discrete supercell form later tonight ahead of the line, in that when the environment becomes favorable again, just before the cold front sweeps through, it's expected that the front will, to some extent, focus, like scoop up the moisture, concentrate it, as well with increasing lift from the surface load coming closer, will create a more potent environment than we have presently. There is the potential for strong tornadoes in that time frame, which is 4 to 7 hours from now. But there's no guarantee we'll see anything besides storms along the line, and the models are showing just showers ahead of the main line of storms. But that's not to say that strong tornadoes won't be possible along the main line. The farther west it goes, the more favorable it will become for tornadoes along that line. And if we haven't had tornadoes so far, it seems likely that we will see some along the line before the night is up.
That's true. And again, that tornado warning there, south of Dallas, it's the only one we currently have in place. And our strongest severe thunderstorm, also in Dallas. So it's associated with the same storm, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that potential tornado there that I would estimate is going to be near Cockrell Hill right now. So that's the current estimated position. But again, it's kind of difficult to tell where exactly this would end up being. So again, that's what we're seeing right now. And again, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that severe thunderstorm moving into Dallas. And then as we head south, up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there as well. So that's what we're looking at right now. And we still have those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm there in Oklahoma too. The one that had a PDS tornado warning a little bit ago. And again, I think we're a bit skeptical on whether that actually had a tornado on the ground with it. But northern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 7:15 p.m. That's the current lay of the land.
Now, I'm not sure what's going on with the southern part of the line in central Texas, but the models are suggesting that it could have a lot of storm relative velocity. I'm going to go and look the meta-analysis now to see if that is the models being strange or if it's actually there. No, there is going to be a drastic increase in favorability for tornadoes along the line and only along the line in south central Texas. This is outside of any appreciable tornado risk, I believe. It's maybe in the southern part of the 5%, on the border of it. But if any tornadoes are able to happen along the line, they're going to have potentially the best conditions for the entire event at this particular moment. Not to say there haven't been better conditions before or after this, but for the next hour or two, it seems that tornadoes will only be possible along the line. And weirdly enough, it seems that the best environments will be at the southern part of that line.
That's what it's looking like at this time, but as that low-level jet ramps up, that'll pretty quickly, that kind of helicity will overspread much of the area here. And like you said, Kay, if any cells, especially on the northern end of this setup, are able to continue for now, or any new ones are able to fire within the next few hours, things are going to quickly escalate in terms of the ability for these storms to produce strong tornadoes.
I believe that the storm relative helicity in south central Texas, the favorable shear, is not due to the low-level jets, but due to southeasterly surface winds and then increasing shear magnitude as that goes up. It's being favorably stretched. Seems that the inflow into the storms is rapidly curving around to moving towards the east, and it's almost doing a 180 on itself. And that is producing an environment favorable for spin in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's because of the way that it curves along the front. It's like right on the boundary of the front. It's much closer to the front down there than anywhere else, and so the storms that are firing are able to get that veering wind profile as you move between the air masses. Of course, you get a wind shift whenever your air masses change, so it's able to take advantage of that wind shift without the drawback of the stable air. We have a new tornado warning that's just gone into place here, so going to talk about that real quick. This is south of the one that's currently in place there in Dallas. This is way south along the line in southwestern Coral and southeastern Olympus counties until 7:15 p.m. for a radar-indicated tornado. They're saying this will be near Copers Cove around 6:50 and Fort Hood around 6:55. Other locations include Topsy, Padoke, and Rumley. And again, that's for a radar-indicated tornado. So if you're in that tornado warning, or any other tornado warning for that matter, so that includes Dallas, you need to be getting to your lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room at this time. Make sure that you have ways to protect yourself from flying debris as well as these storms continue to move on through. We have a storm spotter there in Dallas. I'll tell you their name in case you want to look at their footage. No, there is a farm ranch in Dallas that has made their camera publicly available. That's funny. Just in case something happens there. But yeah, there it is. Powerful storm moving into Dallas, and that southern storm has a nice kink in it too. Possibly some large hail there. But again, there it is. Tornado radar indicated. 7 miles northwest of Kempner, 9 miles west of Culpers Cove, moving east at 45 as of 3 minutes ago. So that's what we're currently looking at this time. To the team, do we have any additional information, questions, comments, concerns, anything like that?
Yes. Jeff Petrosky just reported that a tornado has crossed I-30 southwest of Homan, Arkansas.
Okay, so we have a tornado on the ground then with the storm there that was near Texarkana?
I'm not sure where Homan, Arkansas is.
Okay, well, I-30 is right along there. You said Homan, Arkansas?
Human, but with an O instead of a U.
Human. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, that would be riding right along I-30 there near Clipper. Let's see here. Brett Adair is on it. so we can actually see this real quick, if this is actually happening. But that storm looks robust there. We can go south there to Brad Arnold. Neither of them are loading for me. But that storm looks robust there. It's got some screeching inflow. Yeah, there it is. It's night, so we can't really see it all that well. But Jeff Petrowski's saying that, then I think we're probably do have
Certainly
one.
something going on. Brett Adair's last post to social media indicated a large and fairly low to the ground rotating wall cloud. Entirely possible that it's managed to spin up a tornado as it crossed I-30.
That's for sure. Again, we have a tornado warning in place for Dallas right now, as well, and south there near Killeen. And also, it appears we do have Lane now here with us. Lane, I know you've been watching this system rather closely. What's been going on your end? What have you been seeing? All right. Well, it looks like we don't have Lane right now. Or Lane is muted. So we'll see. Perhaps Lane is busy with something. Either way, it's completely all right. We're going to continue to take a look at what exactly it is that we're looking at here with these storms. Again, along that arc, spin up tornadoes. And again, it looks like in your Texarkana, there could be a tornado currently ongoing that is unwarned. That cell there, nearly completely unwarned. All right, Kay, I need to go for just a minute. Would it be all right if you took over again for just a little bit?
Certainly.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be back soon.
Okay, so storms have mostly cleared out of the Shreveport area after a few fairly brief tornadoes earlier. They don't appear to have caused any substantial damage. There's no reports that have come through so far, and all the footage we have seen was of them over open farmland. We hope that it remains that way and damage reports don't come in. However, the main line is approaching from the west. We have a couple of tornado warnings for it now as it starts to get those embedded circulations. They're likely to become more prolific as the event goes on as we get farther into the night. We have one severe thunderstorm warning remaining north of the Red River in extreme southeast Oklahoma. For that storm that was tornado warned, briefly went PDS before immediately expiring and becoming this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we're not sure if that was a mistake or not, but it seems a bit strange. There wasn't a clearly identifiable signature on radar from what we can tell, but we'll find out what happened afterwards, and it's not important at this point. That storm remains warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail penny size. Considerable damage threat due to those 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's currently moved through Smithville, but will be imminently impacting Hatfield, Cove, Vandervoort, Wicks, Granite, and Gillum. On the Arkansas side of the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. Warning not yet issued for those locations, but it may be issued in the near future as this system moves closer to them. Have to see, because I think there is a difference in warning issuance. The different office and the office in Arkansas might have a different opinion to the office in, I think it's Shreveport actually, that might have issued this warning. Yes, Shreveport has issued that warning. I'm not sure who's responsible for this county in Arkansas. It might be a different body. I think if it was still Shreveport, they would have extended it. Perhaps not. Anyway, away from that, all the warnings are in Texas. We have a huge line of severe thunderstorms with winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Unfortunately, the strongest winds are concentrated at the northern end and continue to move through the Dallas Metroplex, currently impacting downtown Dallas, Plano, McKinney, will soon be moving into Garland and Mesquite. Also impacting Cedar Hill at this time, before staying to the west of I-35. We're moving into Killeen, Texas imminently, and there's a tornado warning just north and west of Killeen that includes Copperas Grove. It is a embedded rotation on radar, maybe an embedded supercell, and so hard to tell if it's surface-based. It's fairly broad at this time, but it could tighten up at any moment, or there could be a very small tornado that's difficult to see on radar that touches down briefly. The issue with these tornadoes, they can often be very small, hard to see on radar. And if they touch down for just 30 seconds, but in the middle of a city, that's 30 seconds of damage. And they often tend to move quite fast due to these lines going at quite a pace. Farther south of that still, we have a warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail, with a recent report of a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust at Burnett Airport. That's for places such as Burnett, Bertram, Double Horn, Round Mountain, Cypress Mill. This is locations to the northwest and west of Round Rock and Austin. This is approaching the I-35 corridor now. From Waco, Round Rock, Austin, San Antonio, perhaps might stay south of the line. Let's have a look. The line is trying to initiate storms to the west of San Antonio, and I say trying because they're fairly weak and barely showing up on radar right now. Uncertain if the line will be able to break that far south. But just to the north of San Antonio, certainly for Austin and Round Rock, this line of storms is producing strong winds and large hail, and warnings will be issued in due course as this gets nearer to those metro areas, but you should expect to come into warning in the next hour or so. But all the way up and down this line, winds are at least 60 miles an hour, and at the southern and northern ends, they are stronger, with the highest warning remaining 80 miles an hour for Dallas. Once again, these are destructive storms with tornado-like wind speeds. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes may be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles, with extensive tree damage and power outages likely. This is in effect for all of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, although the warning has now been cancelled for far western and northwestern parts of this area as the line of damaging winds has moved through. There will be a period of extensive rain behind the line of damaging winds before you get to clear skies, maybe an hour or two from now. But the damaging winds are focused along the front of this line, and it should be a bit quieter once it moves through. Although, if the line of damaging winds tears the roof off your house, the rain will certainly not be welcome. Please seek shelter. Situations like that do indeed happen with lines of storms like these. The wind is as strong as a EF0 to low-end EF1 tornado. And if a particularly strong gust impacts you, which could be higher than the warned amount, it could very easily cause substantial damage, particularly if it has damaged something else and is carrying debris. Could throw something like a trampoline into your window in a worst case scenario. So keep away from windows, stay in an interior room until the line has passed. It may seem cool to go to the window and try and film it, but especially with the growing darkness of night, as we get past sunset, you'll be seeing very little. You'll be having a lot of rain and wind at the window, and you don't want that wind to throw something unwanted your way. Stay away from those windows. Of course, if the window breaks, you'll have glass all over you. Keep pets and children away from the windows as well. Just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued, and that's an extension of the warning across parts of Dallas. This is for Oak Grove and Oak Ridge, locations along I-20 to the east of Dallas, I believe this is. And this is also for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated they are not lowering the wind speeds. It seems likely that 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts are moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. They continue to issue warnings for those speeds, and everyone should be taking the necessary precautions now for Forney, Heartland, Tulty, Terrell, Oak Ridge, Oak Bend City, Kaufman, Oak Grove, Scurry, Grays Perry, Kemp, Rosser, Combine, Crandall, and Mabank. I hope I pronounced all those locations correctly, but you are now all under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And once again, the guidance is seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. These storms have a history of producing widespread wind damage. That implies that National Weather Service Dallas-Fort Worth has been receiving wind damage reports, which is not what we want to see. This could be quite a destructive storm for the Metroplex. Of course, if we get any information on that, we'll get to you as soon as possible. Going to social media and seeing if anything's happening. Wow. Due to the strong winds, it seems that that's quite the video. A power line has burst into flames due to possible lightning strike or strong winds in the Dallas. I watched, I'm struggling to remember the word, transmission Seems like a transmission has exploded in part of Dallas-Fort Worth Metro, and there's the power line and the tree on fire next to it. Very dangerous situation. Please stay inside. There is debris in the road as well. This may have been the tornado warning, or it may have been the line of winds themselves, but very dangerous conditions. You do not want to be outside until the line is well passed. Please stay safe inside, away from windows, until the all clear is given. Now, in Arkansas, an extension of that warning has now been issued. For Mena, Hatfield, Cove, and Vandervoort, the warning stops just north of Wicks, Arkansas. And this is for 6-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. It's an extension of the previous warning for the storm that started somewhere near Dallas a long time ago and has been traveling slowly northeastwards through parts along and just north of the Red River. It's now into Arkansas. 6-mile-an-hour warning for that. I believe we have had a new warning issued. Yes, we now have further warnings issued ahead of the line. We have a warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Greenville, Caddo Mills, West Tawaconee, Lone Oak, Campbell, Naylandville, Commerce, Wolf City, Celeste, and Merritt. That is east of McKinney and Plano in central northeastern Texas. To the north of that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for 65-mile-an-hour winds for Ravenna, Savoy, Ector, Trenton, Randolph, Leonard, Bailey, Bonham, Dodge City, Ladonia, Peck, and Gap, stopping just west of Petty, Texas. The system has already moved into the western part of that warning, and you should all be seeking shelter in these locations. To the south of Dallas, we have a warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds for a wide number of areas along I-35, such as Waxahachie, Forreston, Carl's Corner, Garrett, Hillsborough, again all in Texas, south of Dallas-Fort Worth. And that's for 60-mile-an-hour warnings, which implies that there is a locally focused corridor of very strong winds moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, because the 80-mile-an-hour wind warnings have only been issued for quite a narrow corridor. Unfortunately, that corridor appears to have gone straight through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. We'll see what the airport observations give us later on. Going to that tornado warning, which continues to remain in effect for the next 20 minutes, northwest of Killeen, there is still a broad rotation on radar, but it doesn't look quite as good as it did earlier. Of course, that could change in a moment, and you should remain in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning until the storm has passed. We now have severe thunderstorm warning extensions for Killeen and Temple and Round Rock and Austin. Start with the northern warning for Temple and Killeen and surrounding areas. That's for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. And that is in effect for Bell County in central Texas. Please seek shelter immediately if you are anywhere in Bell County. A dangerous line of severe thunderstorms moving towards your location. Now, the National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson County, Central Hays County, Travis County, Central Blanco County, and Central Burnett County until 7:45 p.m. This is also for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. So the southern part of the line is picking up in intensity. We now have 2 regions of the line producing 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Within this, there are some regions that may be producing wind gusts to hurricane force. It's not an exact estimate, it's a rough guide, and you could have winds below or above that in parts of the line. And indeed, there are breaks, so it's not continuous at this time. But you can't be sure that you will end up in that break. You could very well end up in the strongest part of the line. So anywhere within this warning, which is from Mustang Ridge and Mountain City, through Austin and Round Rock, all the way along the I-35 corridor, up to Jarrell for the southern warning. And then we have a further warning that continues through Salado, Benton, Temple, to just south of Eddy and Bruceville, who will likely get their own warning in short order. You should be seeking shelter immediately with the dangerous severe thunderstorm line moving towards your location. These warnings are in effect for the next hour and 50 minutes respectively. So an hour for the northern warning, 50 minutes for the southern warning. They may be extended if needed. But The key message is, if you are to the east of the line, as soon as a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your location, you will want to move to your safe place, you'll want to be away from windows, and you'll want to stay inside until the line is passed and it quietens down outside. I don't think there's likely to be a second line, so it should just be one big line, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then the wind should die down once the line is past you. Of course, if you want to be extra safe and you're listening to local media through the radio or a television or a mobile device, wait for them to give the all clear for your location or until you can see the warning has been cancelled for your particular location. Going to the southern end of the line, we have some rather less well-formed storms. They're quite blobby and broken, but that's not to say they can't produce impacts. There's some strong velocity signatures showing up on these, indicating they do have substantial inflow and are likely strengthening. And this is storms to the west of the San Antonio metro. If they're able to join up and get stronger, there could be a more substantial severe thunderstorm threat to San Antonio. You're not in the clear yet. Once again, moving there we go. As expected, the severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Waco, which means that all of the I-35 corridor from just north of San Marcos all the way through Dallas-Fort Worth up to the Red River, east of I-35, north of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, is under severe thunderstorm warning. So, the new warning for Waco, Texas, including China Spring, Crawford, McGregor, Bruceville, Galinda, Hewitt, Riesel, Mart, Leroy, Hubbard, Malone, Aquila, Whitney, Lacey, Lakeview, and of course Waco, Texas, for the next hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. That's for McLennan County, southeastern Bosque County, and Hill County, central Texas. Looking farther north, if I can get my thing to work. It does not seem that we have any new warnings farther north at this time. The line is advancing at a steady pace to the east. Let's see what the warning says. Moving to the east at 40, 45, 60 miles an hour. Wow. So apparently the southern part of the line is moving a fair bit faster than the northern part of the line. Or maybe that's a local surge. The warnings don't seem particularly consistent. We have the southernmost warning says the line is moving at 55 miles an hour. To the north of that, only 45 miles an hour. And then to the north of that, 60 miles an hour. North of that still, back to 45 miles an hour. And then it's listed as 45 miles an hour all the way north of that, all the way east. All the warnings east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area said the line is moving at 45 miles an hour. I don't have access to my friend Thomas Schwent's screen, so I can't demonstrate this on screen. But if I, on my end, draw a distance out for the next 45 miles from where the line is currently, that indicates that in an hour's time, the line will likely be moving into Canton, Texas, Sulphur Springs, Paris, Athens, Corsicana, Streetman, Groesbeck, Reagan, Rockdale, Smithville, Texas, and locations near those places. But none of those locations are underwatering at this precise moment. That's where the line is likely to be in an hour, so you should expect warnings to be issued in the next half hour or so. And so in an hour's time, the line will be moving towards College Station, but not there yet, unless the southern part of the line decides to speed up. The northern tornado warning has been cancelled for the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. The warning to the south, north of Killeen, has 14 minutes left. There is still a rotational signature, but again, it is broad, and that's now almost to the north of Killeen. The line will move out of that warning in the next few minutes, and it does not appear to have been extended at this time.
All right. Well, I am back. Kay, thank you again for your excellent coverage while I was gone. But I'm back and I should be here to stay for the remainder of the duration of coverage. Excuse me. at this time. So we're going to be covering this, I think, for a fair while longer. And the Storm Prediction Center has issued a mesoscale discussion that kind of, I think, coincides with the thoughts you were talking about earlier. They say that a severe and isolated tornado threat continues there locally in southwestern Arkansas, and they say that this will increase markedly later tonight. So they're talking about the tornado threat there increasing pretty quickly as time goes on, pretty rapidly as our wind shear improves. So I don't think that our threat for strong tornadoes is over just yet. I think you're right. We're in that lull, and that threat is going to come back, and it might even be bigger than it was this time around here in a few hours' time.
I think that in quite a few hours' time, 3 to 4 hours at the earliest from now, for when that threat starts to pick up, it's as the line gets to the Texas-Louisiana border, conditions should become along the line very favorable for strong tornadoes. The greatest threat will be if a storm can manage to get isolated and routed ahead of the line. But of course, strong tornadoes will be possible all along the line as it moves into Louisiana and Arkansas. That is when the greatest tornado threat for today's event will be present. Given what we've seen so far, it does not appear that any significant tornadoes have happened today, although it is entirely possible that one may have occurred in a rural location where we haven't had reports yet, and we'll find out tomorrow. But from what we know so far, it does not appear that we've had any significant tornadoes. Definitely a few tornadoes, but none of them appear to have been particularly strong from what we've seen again. That could change. But looking forwards in time, the best conditions do appear to be around 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. across northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. And that's when a lot of people will be asleep or going to sleep. And so you need to have a way to receive warning and wake up if a tornado is coming towards your house during the overnight hours. This tornado threat will also continue to the east. Tornado threat will be present in eastern Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, into western Mississippi as we head into the early morning hours before we transition to tomorrow's event at 6 a.m. And an update will be issued for that event at midnight. So if we're still here in 5 hours, we'll be able to tell you about what's happening after 6 a.m. But for now, it seems that conditions are changing, uncertain. Really rather hard to know what's going to happen tomorrow. But as soon as we know, of course, we'll give you some information if we're still in the air.
That's certainly the case. We likely will be. The odds are that the responsibilities for coverage are going to transition from me to Lane around 11 o'clock, assuming that we still have much to cover. If not, we might go off the air for a couple of hours, kind of collect ourselves a bit, and then come back later this evening. Regardless, we're probably going to be here as that threat ramps up in the overnight hours. And at the very least, we'll be on standby. And if a big tornado occurs, we'll be here for that. I can tell you that much. Beyond that, the Storm Prediction Center has issued a new outlook, a moderate risk, no surprise there, has been maintained. This one issued by Christopher Broyles. And that moderate risk has been shrunk to where the line is. That makes sense. The tornado probabilities held at 10% hatched. So still that possibility of significant tornadoes until the line moves through. The hail probability has been downgraded to 30%, and it's that wind probability that's driving the moderate risk. So this is pretty exclusively driven by wind at this point, the moderate risk. However, there still is a robust chance for some large hail and some strong tornadoes as well. However, the hail threat has not really materialized much, I must say. I'm not sure if that's because it actually hasn't or because I just saw a giant 4-inch hailstorm in the middle of a general thunderstorm risk last night. But it does not feel like the hail threat.
We had one storm produce a huge amount of hail. I've seen at least 2 locations of hail fog from separate events, I believe.
Wow.
And there was a report. So it looked incredible on radar. and it may have been warned for hail in excess of 2 inches. But what actually fell out of the storm was a massive quantity of quarter and $half sized hail that just accumulated in drifts. It looks like a winter wonderland. A chaser got out of their car and said they slid into the hail up to their waist in the ditch at the side of the road.
Wow.
Where it had presumably been blown and accumulated by the wind. So a very large amount of hail dropped on the ground, but because it was lots of smaller pieces of hail rather than, baseballs or softballs, it's not been that destructive. However, there still has been a lot of damage to trees and foliage.
That's fair. Let's see here. I'm just trying to find out. Apparently, later tonight, there will be nearly 2,000. The line is going to move into an environment with near 2,000 K, surface to 6 kilometer shear at 70 knots, and lapse rates from 700 to 500 millibars near 8. That's a pretty nuts parameter space.
Those are very strong mid-level lapse rates, but it's the surface lapse rates that will indicate whether tornadoes are likely or not.
Correct, but this will definitely be a windbag.
Oh, absolutely. Continued wind damage and some areas of large hail. Very much likely for this line for the next several hours.
Yes, a new tornado warning's just gone into effect here. This is for southeastern Correll and northwestern Bell counties for radar-indicated tornado until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this is for places like Morgan Point's Resort. You're going to get hit by this here in about 10 minutes, 7:20 p.m. Belton Lake and Mother Nelf State Park around 7:25 p.m. That's when you can expect tornadic damage, possibly, assuming that a tornado moves through. And then McGregor, you're going to get hit here around 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's the current expectations there. This includes I-35 between mile markers 307 and 309. So let's bring in that tornado safety plan. So lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. We know the drill at this point. So let's make sure that we're taking action in that regard. Let's take a look at that in a bit more depth here as well. Do we have any additional updates on those supercells there out near and in Arkansas and Oklahoma? It doesn't look like they're doing too much at the moment, but still, I'd like to.
It appears that all of the supercells that were ongoing have become elevated and no new storms have fired at this time. Storm Prediction Center outlook indicates that it may be some time before any more cells form. They may need the low-level jet to increase, and for that forcing to start arriving from the surface low to the west. But it is possible that some storms could still fire in the greatly improved environment later as the front nears, and if those storms remain discreet and away from the front, they will have the threat to produce strong tornadoes. But for now, not much.
No. Here's our rotation there with the tornado warned storm. I would suspect if there's a tornado with this storm, it's going to be here on the northern end of things near the Grove, Flat, Lee and Junction, places like that. I'd assume it's on the northern end of the warning. Although throughout here, there is probably some broad-scale rotation occurring. And the potential for inflow notches to develop all across this. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some tornado warnings to the south as well, given what we're seeing south of Hacker Heights near Sado, near Florence, and places farther south. So I wouldn't be shocked to see more tornado warnings along this line with time, as time does go on. And then there near Dallas, I do just want to give a quick update. Fort Worth, you're in the clear from anything severe at this point. It's just rain and thunder for you now. Dallas, you're on the back end of this, but you're not in the clear just yet. So if you're in Dallas, University Park, Duncanville, DeSoto, you still have some substantial winds to deal with. We have a new tornado warning that's just gone into place as well. This one farther up north, I believe, near Sherman. Let's see here. This is a brand new tornado warning. Let me do my best to get the text here. Yeah, there it is. So a new tornado warning has just gone in effect there north of Bonham. There near Henry Grove, Dodge City. This is on the northern side of Texas near the Red River, right along it. So western Lamar County, southeastern Fannin County, you're in a tornado warning until 8 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bonham State Park or near Bonham, moving east at 50 miles per hour as of 7:10 p.m. Storm will be near Honey Grove at 7:25, Crockett Lake at 7:30, Roxton at 7:35, and Sumner around 7:45. So that's what we're seeing right now. Again, that safe place, that's where you want to be. So lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. That's the take right now. So please make sure that you're taking those tornado precautions. And there is some rotation in there. It looks rock solid. Does it look fantastic? No. But does it look decent? Yeah. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions just in case something does end up happening there. But as of now, current expectation is that this will at least remain a rotating thunderstorm for a bit, and it could produce a tornado, hence why the tornado warning is issued. There's a cell up here in Arkansas that's beginning to create somewhat of a hook as well. The one south of Mena right now. We'll see what happens when the radar data comes in, but there's a bit of a hook it's forming with this right now, and some pretty strong inflow as well. So while it's definitely not producing a tornado right now, I think it could in the future. So it's important to look at this closely and make sure that if anything does end up happening, we're on it. So I'll be keeping an eye on that as time goes on. But again, Dallas, you're just getting out of what was a pretty gnarly severe thunderstorm. You still should be in that safe place for at least a little while longer. Fort Worth, just remain indoors. You don't really have to take severe weather precautions at this point. You're pretty much out of the severe weather threat now. If you're near Bonham, Dodge City, Honey Grove, Petty, you need to be in your safe place as you're in a tornado warning. And as we move down the line to places like Killeen, Muffet, Morgan's Point Resort, Leon Junction, and Flat, and the Grove, you need to be in your safe place right now as well, since you are also in a tornado warning. So those are the major headlines right now. And again, we're tracking that storm near Mena. So those are the big things that are going on right now. If you are watching the stream and you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer those as time does go on here.
Just looking again at the meso analysis, as of the latest update, the low-level lapse rates have completely disappeared ahead of this line. All below 6 everywhere ahead of the line, and even along the line, actually. That's probably due to a surface inversion developing.
They're actually a bit higher than forecast and become poorer with time. So looks like, at least from a surface-based standpoint, lapse rates are going to be pretty poor at the surface.
But of course, surface lapses aren't everything if favorable conditions for tornadoes are just above the surface, as we saw in Norman last week. Very strong shear along a line can mix them down. So if I try and get a sounding ahead of the line, where are we? It seems very unlikely that a supercell will be able to exist anywhere besides right ahead of the line. But it is possible that we can have supercell embedded in the line, still produce a significant environment. Looking at it, it does not appear that favorable conditions are present right above the surface. It actually appears like there's some sort of warm nose. In fact, in this particular sounding for HRRR, lapse rates are bad across the board. Some prediction center indicating that mid-level lapses of 8 will be in place. I'll have a look at the HRRR and see what it thinks. Okay. HRRR does agree, but where is this relative to the storms? Bring the storms back. Those lapses are ahead of the storms. Now, I don't know if that's because they're actually decreasing right along the line or because the storms interacting with the environment is causing impacts. I'm not well versed enough in model intricacies to know what's going on. But ahead of the line, conditions are more favorable for tornadoes above the surface. But it does appear like it's almost half a kilometer of drier air and cooler air right at the surface, and it'll be difficult to tell if any tornadoes will be possible. So we could have some tornadoes, or it could just not quite be there, and we just have damaging wind. But either way, some damage is likely during the overnight hours through eastern Texas, southern half of Arkansas, and almost all of Louisiana, particularly north of I-10. And that will get into Mississippi and Tennessee by the early morning hours.
Yes, this is in fact true. We're going to take a quick break here for just a few minutes here as we just have seen some major thunderstorms move through Dallas, Fort Worth. We have a couple of radar indicated tornado warnings at the moment. We'll be back in a few minutes, but we're just going to take a quick break here. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you soon. All right, we are back. It's just me now. You're going to be stuck with me here for the next half hour or so, and then after that, we're going to be leaving this as an automated stream overnight tonight for a little while. Lane might be coming back around 11 o'clock. That's when conditions are going to start to become more favorable. We'll be discussing that, and you can see updates on what's going on in the lower side of your screen. But yeah, that's what we're currently looking at right now. So looks like we're probably going to be transitioning to a more automated format here at 8 o'clock Central. But until then, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. So we'll see what's happening there. Can you guys hear me? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I'm seeing some stuff on my end saying that you might not be able to hear me. Got to find out. Please feel free to ask them. Yes, okay. It looks like we are okay on the audio front. So there we are. We're okay. But yeah, we're going to be going automated here in just a little bit. But until then, we're going to talk about what exactly is going on here. So we have a new tornado warning that went into place while we were on the break. This tornado warning is in place for central Williamson County in south central Texas. This is until 8 p.m. So this will be near Weir around 7:25, Granger and Bartlett around 7:40, Granger Dam around 7:50. So that's what we're currently looking at, and this actually kind of looks somewhat concerning. So I'm gonna go to the radar down here, and we're gonna see what exactly it is that we're looking at. There it is. We have multiple tornado warnings within the kink here. This is heading straight towards, okay. Let's see. That looks suspiciously like a debris ball, but there's no correlation coefficient drop, so can't really say that's what that is. But this is definitely wrapping around and strengthening. So it's just to the north of Weir. If there's a tornado, it's just to the north of Weir, heading in the general direction of Granger at this time. So this is just south of Gerald, moving towards Granger, and heading pretty much straight for the National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio's radar. So heading very close to the Weather Service. We have another tornado warning that's just gone into place here as well. This one to the north. This is regarding the warning near Killen. This is an extension. So this is for southwestern McLean, east central Coyle, northeastern Bell, and west central Falls counties until 8 p.m. So this is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that is 7 miles southwest of Mother Niff State Park, or 12 miles north of Bellington, moving east at 45. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one way to the north. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 3/4-inch hail. So this thing is starting to get bigger in terms of hail. So this is for Scott, Polk, Yell, and Montgomery counties in Arkansas with golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you are in Olden, Opal, Gravelly, Muddy Creek, Acorn, Board Camp, Cedar Creek, Nooney Inc., Gibbs, Pencil Bluff, Wise City, Pine Ridge, NOLA, Cherry Hill, and Polk County, Harvey, Sims, or Parks, it's time to get to that tornado safe place. A tornado watch in place until midnight at this time in that general area as well. So that's what we're looking at right now. I'm going to take it off the severe weather for just a minute. A snow squall warning, of all things, has just gone into place way over in Montana. So this snow squall warning is in place for East Central Flathead County until 7:15 p.m. for flash freezes, intense bursts of heavy snow, gusty winds, with visibility less than 1/4 of a mile and wind gusts up to 35. So that's no joke up there. Snow squalls can be quite dangerous. But there it is. That's that storm-based warning for snow squalls. Here we are. We're going to continue to monitor what's going on here with our tornadic thunderstorms. We have 3 tornado-warned cells at the moment. First one there just north of Weir, moving south to north. This one looks somewhat robust, but there's no indication of a tornado debris signature. As we move northward near Mulfat, places like that, there's some rotation as well. You can see it right there. It's not overly strong, but it's certainly there. And then as we move north once more into our radar hole, which will hopefully be filled by a radar endurant at some point soon, you can see there a bit of rotation as well, although that is starting to move well into regions that are more difficult to see with the radar. And then our final cell of concern right now, this is to the north when it comes to a tornado threat, is near Waldron at the moment. And we'll be seeing data there here fairly soon, I would hope. But yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm. It's producing golf balls in terms of hail, and you can see there that hook echo is getting more robust. This cell, it does look somewhat concerning, and yeah, there's some screeching inflow on that. So while it doesn't seem like this is producing anything right now, there's a real possibility that this is capable of producing a tornado later on. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And if that goes a bit crazy, we'll stay on after the 8 o'clock Central Time frame. But for now, the current plan is to get off around 8 o'clock. And we will continue to keep an eye on this. It should be noted, I'm going to screw this up. Ouachita National Forest is directly in the path of this cell, and looks like the hail from the cell might hit it here pretty shortly. They're kind of right on the edge here, heading into the hail core. But this is of a bit of concern to me, that we do have convection building in, that inflow is strengthening, and it does look as if this could become a tornado producer here in not too long. So no debris signature or anything on this right now, but certainly possible that there could be some stronger tornadoes with time here with this storm if it continues its current trends. Let's take a look at what's going on with it here. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage threat. But yeah, that's what we're looking at there. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask them. I'll be more than glad to answer them. And we have another snow squall warning there up there in Montana, an extension of the previous one. Interesting stuff there for sure. But yeah, we have what I'd say is a concerning cell here south of Y City that is giving strong indications that it is organizing. So this has some rather robust inflow. It has a rather robust hook, and it's latched near and along the warm front for this. So let's now take a look briefly at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here. So this is what we're looking at right now. If we take a look here at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, you'll notice the moderate risk stretches all the way from near Dallas to just south of Little Rock, straight through Texarkana. We have some more individualized storm development making a return here ahead of this line, although I think it's going to have a difficult time overall developing. There is some convection that is strengthening a bit, so that's something to keep an eye on for sure. But we'll see how that continues to evolve. Again, I think my primary concern is up here. But while we talk about things, again, that moderate risk remains in place tonight, and I kind of want to model this out for you, and I kind of want to time this out for the remainder of the evening for those of you that are later in this risk. So let's talk about it here. Okay. So 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So it's 7 p.m. And this looks pretty accurate. We had storms approaching Dallas. We had these storms up in Texarkana as well, moving through. This is 8 p.m. This is what the radar could look like by 8. It'll probably look pretty similar to this. Some substantiated storms moving through San Antonio. That's the major story. At 7, there isn't much there, and by 8, we have some storms firing off that become pretty robust. If we actually look at what's currently happening, we can actually see there those storms that are slowly stretching south. So San Antonio, I'd be preparing for severe thunderstorm. You're not currently in a warning, but these storms are stretching south rather quickly. And there we go, more tornado warnings down there. We'll talk about those in just a second. No, we'll talk about those now. We'll finish timing things out later. But let's take a look at a few things. So first things first, here are our 2 tornado warnings down there. These are both radar indicated, but let's talk about them. So first one's first. This is a tornado warning in place until 8 p.m. for Williamson County. It's for radar indicated rotation. This will be around Granger at 7:35, Bartlett at around 7:40, and Granger Dam around 7:45. That's what we have right now. North of there, we have a tornado warning that is currently in place for west central Milam and southeastern Bell counties until 8 p.m. as well. At this time, we have another tornado warning north of that. That is in place for McLennan, Coyle, Bell, and Falls counties until 8 p.m. And then our final tornado warning is in place there until 8 p.m. for northwestern Lamar and east central Fannin counties there in Texas. And again, that safe place is that lowest level in a sturdy building in an interior room. I don't like the way this looks, folks. I really don't like the way this looks. This appears to be... This has some spin now. Yeah, this has some real spin, so... Apologize if there's much noise in the background. Some things happen occasionally there, but yeah, there's some real spin there at this time with this tornado warned storm, or not tornado warned, severe thunderstorm warned storm here. It's organizing kind of quickly here. This has golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Scott, Polk, Yale, Montgomery counties in Arkansas. But if I'm here, I'd be watching out. I'd say that could go south really quick. This actually looks kind of like exactly what you'd want in this environment. If I take a look at the conditions this storm is in, just give me a moment. This is north of that. So this is riding north of where most of the energy is, according to our observations. However, this is being very strongly sheared. And I can't help but say this looks quite good. I'm impressed with that. It looks like, again, you'll notice those winds trying to latch on there for a minute, and still that's some strong inflow. It is weakening a bit. It's getting disrupted a little bit, but that's robust. I think that once this stops, assuming that the remainder of this isn't disruptive, we could see that drop a tornado or two. So we'll see, because that's definitely a supercell. And that's a strong supercell. It's dropping golf balls right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's move south and check in on our tornado warned storms. And we'll take a look at the Doppler radar and see what's going on with the storms farther south. So here's our first one. And this one again is in Lamar and Fannin counties in the state of Texas. So this will be around Sumner in 5 minutes time. Sumner's right about here. Here's your velocity. It's very difficult to tell what's going on here. but it appears this is the best radar site. So, unfortunately, it's just difficult to tell what's happening there. If we had a radar site in Durant, that would make our lives a lot easier. So move southward. We can look at more data here. And again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. But here we are. Our suspected tornado within this warning here for Glenn, Coral, Bell, and Falls counties. That's just south of Troy right now. Just south of Troy. So let's see here. Having some difficulties with some of my technology here. Give me just a moment. There we go. It appears to be cooperating now. But here's the storm near Troy. If there is a tornado on the ground with this, it's probably moving towards places like Sago, Dot, Durango, Belvins. Just crossed I-35. And there's a bit of spin there, just north of Troy. Again, this is kind of where we think the tornado is. This is kind of where we think it's going. Now, again, there's a polygon for a reason. We don't know for sure. But it appears that the southern end of this warning, right where this kink is where our best tornado threat is going to end up materializing. There's a real possibility that it's here as well. There's a possibility that we have a tornado threat here too, and I think that's why this is so expansive. And we even have a bit of, looks like, possible rotation in the back there, although that probably isn't that huge of a deal. But I mean these storms are spinning. So that's why this warning's in place. If you're in like the Groove, Moffett, Morgan's Point Resort, you're in the clear at this point. This storm is out of your hair. You don't have to worry about it. But if you're there near Troy, especially in Seago, I'd be keeping my eyes open on this. There we are, National Weather Service, San Antonio, Austin, getting a direct hit from a severe thunderstorm and the possible tornado. So let's see here. Very difficult to read the radar, but quite strong returns there, right over the radar. And the suspected tornado. Oh, goodness. Yeah, the suspected tornado is pretty much right there. So if there is a tornado ongoing, National Weather Service, San Antonio, Austin, very close to it as this moves by. So this will be moving in this general direction, and then again, we have another kink here with a possible tornado in it. So, spin up tornadoes, that's the name of the game. And you can see even the frame before here, possible spin up, possible spin up, possible spin up. So lots of possible spin ups, albeit weak, are within this line. But that doesn't mean that it's not something to take seriously. So there it is. Arc of potential tornadoes. If you're within this, you're in a regime of severe thunderstorms already. You should be in your safe place already. Should be noted. That's not all we got. We have this arc of severe storms as well. That remains rather substantial. So let's just go up and down the arc of severe storms here real quick. First, though, I want to see what's going on with this supercell. All right, that's a problem. We're going to go to that first, with the more detailed radar. So let's wait for it to update. It'll update here momentarily, and then you'll be able to see what I'm seeing. Yeah, that's a problem right there. So yeah, this thing's starting to spin. This thing's really starting to spin. And if there is a tornado, it's going to touch down. It's going to touch down right along here. Let's see if I can make that any easier to see. No, that's not going to work. Of course not. This. Yeah, so there's kind of the trajectory, if there's a possible tornado, of where it's going to end up going. But yeah, no, that storm has some spin. Could be a bigger concern soon. No mention of a possible tornado from the Weather Service right now. But if I'm in Gravely, Muddy Creek, Y-City, NOLA, Cedar Creek, Harvey, Parks, I'd be watching out right now. This could materialize rather rapidly into something a bit more significant. And yeah, that rotation is strengthening. It looks as though the air surging into the storm is kind of shifted as that's been happening to something like this, which isn't great. But it does seem like there is some air that's still managing to wrap around into the storm as that spin becomes more robust. And of course, if you have this, you have air compensating for that here. So this looks like it could be a rather robust cell. It's continuing to try. But this is our biggest tornado concern to me right now, long term, for the potential of a strong tornado. So we'll see if that drops anything. No warning on it right now. But yeah, let's go down this line of severe storms north to south. Let's just talk about it. So our first severe storm is, it has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. This is for Patouma and Lumner counties in Oklahoma. This is near Clayton. As we move southward, we have a severe thunderstorm warning there for Patouma County. That's a flash flood warning. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 8 p.m. for south central Patouma and central Choctaw counties. As we continue to move south, there it is, a severe thunderstorm warning for Delta and Lamar counties. This is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There's also a tornado warning that remains in place for northwestern Lamar and east central Fannin counties until 8 p.m. That's not confirmed. It's radar indicated. But still, that needs to be taken rather serious. That'll be near Sumner. It's already over Sumner at this time. As we continue to move south there, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with the severe thunderstorm warning that is in place until 8 p.m. for Hunt County. We then have more severe weather occurring here as a severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 8 p.m. for Kaufman County. Another one in place for Smith, Franklin, Wood, Upser, Morris, Titus, Camp, and Gregg counties until 8:45 p.m. This one for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have another one for 70 for Kaufman, Van, Hopkins, and Rains counties until 8:45 p.m. for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As we keep on moving south there, we have another severe thunderstorm warning there for Kaufman County until 8 p.m. That's for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As we keep moving south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Hill and Ellis counties until 8 p.m. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, my bad. Northwestern Freestone, Henderson, Limestone, and Navarro counties in Texas in a severe thunderstorm warning for penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 8:15 p.m. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is in place until 8 p.m. for McLennan and southeastern Hill counties, also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have our trio of tornado warnings here. The first one for McLennan, Coral, Bell, and Falls counties. That's until 8 p.m. as radar indicated. Our second one in place for Milam and Bell counties until 8 p.m. And our third one for northeastern Williamson County. And then again, there it is, our severe thunderstorm warning for Freestone, Robertson, Meehan, Limestone, and Falls counties for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So keep moving south. Austin is getting a direct hit right now from a severe thunderstorm with winds of 60 miles per hour. So that again includes Austin, Texas, with Williamson, Hayes, Travis, Bistrop, and Lee counties in that warning. As we move south, like I said before, San Antonio, you were going to be in a warning, and now you are. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail for Cadwell, Hayes, Guadalupe, Mixar, and Comal counties in Texas. And that does include the city of San Antonio. Those are our warnings overall. We also have a couple of flash flood warnings in place at this time. And also we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that's for Kaufman County. So let's take a look at that one. It's a 70 mile per hour wind gust. That's for Kaufman County. That's considerable. So that's no longer destructive. It must have been when it was first issued, but it's not right now. Despite, unless, here, let's see. Yeah, no. That's considerable. Still substantial, but not destructive per se. Let's check back in on our cell to the north now, which does have a considerable damage threat due to half-dollar sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts, half-dollar being 1¼ inch. So actually it's no longer got a considerable damage tag on it. But still, I want to talk about it. So here's that storm that I'm concerned about. This is the one that could drop something. It's not in the greatest conditions. I'm not sure it's going to manage to lift air from the surface, but it continues to have this hook. It keeps improving in structure. It looks a lot better than it did a bit ago in terms of just raw structure. You'll notice here as we move all the way back, notice the amount of purples here and the lackluster hook. That hook gets a bit better, and now we're really starting to see that hail core beef up, and that rotation is rapidly improving. So I think we might see this actually wrap up pretty rapidly here. So if you're in Cedar Creek, if you're in Harvey, if you're in Gravelly, I'd be considering getting to my safe place here. Because it's starting to look pretty good for getting that strong spin it needs to mix something to the ground. And actually, as a result of that, I might actually stay here for a bit longer. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty robust. It's actually shifted south quite a bit. So yeah, there it is. Now it's almost here. And that's, yeah, it's right in line with our hook. So that'll kind of merge. This will kind of disrupt things a little bit in terms of inflow, but that still looks pretty good. So assuming this doesn't disrupt things too much, this should actually be able to do something here. But yeah, it is, the storm is dealing with the fact that it just happens to have a conveyor belt right into its inflow. Like nowhere else around it, just a conveyor belt that just happens to be surging right into its inflow of storms. Which sometimes is beneficial, but sometimes is detrimental, and I'm not sure how it's going to go yet. But we'll see here pretty shortly. I think we're going to get a new radar frame here any minute now for this. While we wait that, I do want to go over the remaining watches that are currently in place. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place there for the Austin and San Antonio areas. That's watch number 56. That's in place until 10 p.m. with 3-inch diameter hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts being the main concerns. There's another severe thunderstorm watch that includes Houston. That's number 58 for 1 inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being a possibility within that as storms move through. Tornado watch in place here with hail up to 3 inches in diameter, wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour being expected within that. That expires at 10 p.m. And then this tornado watch expires at midnight. Maximum wind gust to 80 miles per hour. Maximum hail size of 2.5 inches possible, according to the Storm Prediction Center. That includes Shreveport and is just south of Little Rock. It was in that enhanced risk, so we'll see what happens there. There's our cell. It looks messy, but that rotation is tightening. So we'll see. This could get serious pretty quick. But again, we'll just have to see. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned much tonight, and I do want to talk about a little bit, just briefly, but for a little bit, is the fact that there is a pretty big-time flooding threat tonight. So this stretches all the way from near Dallas to near Paducah up here. Where's Paducah? There's Paducah. Yeah, it's up in Paducah. But yeah, this is a moderate risk for excessive rainfall or basically flash flooding that's been put into place here. Across this rather large swath all the way from Dallas right through Little Rock, Cape Girardeau, Paducah. So if you're in a flood-prone area, I'd say anywhere from Waco to Louisville, then here, that includes Memphis, Nashville, Little Rock, Greenville, Shreveport, Texarkana, Tulsa. I'd be making sure I had my flood plan in place tonight in case you're in a flash flood warning. We actually have a few of those in effect right now that could become issues later on tonight. So we'll see. But again, it's rather serious. New tornado warning. It's just gone into effect. This one also radar indicated, but brand new. This is an extension of the previous one there. This is for central Milham County until 8:30 p.m. And there it is. This will be near Buckholz at 8 p.m., Cameron around 8:10 p.m. Again, that's a radar indicated possible tornado there. And here's our cell. And yeah, that's growing disjointed. I just don't think it's going to be able to manage to organize, because it has a few things that aren't going for it. It's not in the greatest environment, and now it's getting disrupted pretty significantly. So I'm going to transition here over to an automated stream here in relatively short order. But before we do, I'm just going to check the chat. Here we go. Adam Wilson asking, what is the weather in Columbia, Missouri tonight? So Columbia, Missouri, that's way north. You guys are not in the severe risk today, I don't believe. So take a look at our Storm Prediction Center outlook. The first thing I want to run by is that there's not really a severe risk up here for Columbia. The other thing for Columbia is that it's not really going to be in a risk for winter weather or fire weather. So they're not really in a risk of any sort of super impactful weather. But I can take you through the future cast just real quick if that would be helpful. So we'll start here with what's going on. This is 8 p.m. And at 8 p.m., you'll notice we do have this rain mass near Springfield. And actually, if we take a look at what's going on right now, there's that rain mass. There's actually some storms near Columbia right now. So things are actually kind of overperforming relative to models. But if we take a look at this, there's that rain mass near Springfield. And that main mass of rain kind of stays south of here for a while. Now, you'll notice that the floodgates open up a little bit south of Columbia overnight. So this is 2, 3 a.m. And then by 5, 6 a.m., things start to get rainy up to the north. But you'll notice they're just absolutely swamped in the southern half of the state. And then up near Columbia, you're kind of right on the edge there before more robust rainfall occurs there near 9, 10 a.m. And then it's pretty moderate to heavy rain beyond that. So 11 a.m., noon, 1, 2. And then as the system moves out, it's not as extreme. It should also be noted, though, that there is a marginal risk for flash flooding tonight. So if you're flood prone, if you're in a floodplain in Columbia, keep an eye on the rain. It could rain a bit more than expected. If that happens, you could be in a flash flood warning. But other than that, I'm not expecting too much in terms of hazardous weather, at the very least in Columbia. All right, well, we have a 1 tornado warning now, currently in effect. The south here, near Cameron. So we'll just do one last radar check. Firstly on this northern storm. That's pretty much... It still looks decent. Still looks rock solid, but I don't think it's going to be able to do much in this environment. As we move south to our severe thunderstorm, capable of producing a tornado south of there. Cameron. That looks actually rather robust. There's no tornado on the ground, but that could be a bit of a spin up. Yeah, there would be. So east of Sharp, there in Texas. That's where a possibility of a tornado lies. And that's for Millam County. So this is in Millam County at the moment. Just east of Sharp, heading towards Monera and Cameron. And that looks pretty robust. So, and that's that same couplet that went right over the radar site. But that looks like no joke there. So, I mean, you can see that twisting motion. And your tornado would end up being right around here. So, rather substantiated tornado threat with this. Nothing too strong. Looks like it's ongoing, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a tornado ongoing. There could be, and we just can't see it that well. But I don't believe so. We'll continue to track this here for the next little bit as it heads towards Monera. So let's actually break this down in a little bit more detail with time here. But this has just crossed Road 487. It's about to cross Road 1500, or 1600, I'm sorry, before crossing State Route 77 near Monera, or Minerva, I'm sorry. It's then going to cross Hyote near Liberty and Handover and Marlow. I think it's going to go south of Cameron, but if you're in Cameron, you should still be in your safe place. That's the same with Maysfield. If I were a betting man, I'd say it'd go south, but still, there's a non-zero chance that hits you. All right, and it looks like, we'll see. Lane, if you're able to speak to us, I know you're monitoring things in the background. If you're able to speak to us and you could give us your thoughts on the current situation going on, let's hear what you have to say. Right, looks like Lane is in the call. But perhaps he is doing other things, and that's completely fair as well. Fair enough. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're taking a look at that hook there. I'd assume you're seeing that as well. that bit of a hook there, just east of Sharp, as the storm heads towards Minerva. Yeah, the beeping noise. What beeping noise? I don't hear one? Huh. Okay. Okay. Is it still happening? It's in Discord. I don't hear one? Huh. Okay. I just turned on the stream on my end and it's not there. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're continuing to take a look at that tornado warning storm. It looks a bit less robust. And since that's the case, we have no other tornado warnings at this time. We're going to transition over to an automated stream. So what this is going to look like is we're going to have the larger view here. And we're going to get the warnings list up so that way you'll be able to see what exactly is going on. And we will... That's not what we want. And we'll continue to just take a look at what exactly is going on here with time. But there it is. Let's just get the warnings up for you so you can see them all, coupled with all the counties. And yeah, that should be set up fairly nicely now. All right, well, to those of you that have been watching, we appreciate your time. We hope the stream has been useful thus far. We're going to go into an automated streaming mode now, and we may come back later this evening, but we're in a bit of lull when it comes to the tornado conditions, and the tornado conditions are expected to come back with I guess, substantial might here in a few hours. And this is when we could start to see some stronger tornadoes again. So we may be back in a few hours. If we are, Lane might be doing the coverage. I might be doing the coverage. We'll just have to see, but we'll keep you posted right here, either in the chat or in our Discord server, which you can join either at the link below this stream or in a link in one of our videos. With that being said, thank you so much for watching. We hope the stream was useful. Thank you to my team who has helped me out throughout the evening this evening. We're going to go to the automated stream for now. We will be back in a few hours for more live coverage if necessary. If not, we'll terminate the stream here in just a little bit.